Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr Speaker, next week the House will consider the committee stage of the Education and Training Amendment Bill. Across Tuesday and Wednesday we will complete the remaining 9 hours of the estimates debate, and on Thursday there will be extended hours for government business.
There have been no petitions presented. Ministers have delivered papers for presentation.
Statements of performance expectations for Tamaki Regeneration Company and Kāinga Ora. Statement of intent for Tamaki Regeneration Company.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the briefing on the Reserve Bank's proportionality framework for prudential regulation. Reserve Bank of New Zealand Monetary Policy Statement, August 2024. Report of the Officers of Parliament Committee on the inquiry into the appointment of an auditor of the Office of the Controller and Auditor General. Report of the Regulations Review Committee on the complaint about the Climate Change Forestry Regulations 2023. Reports of the Social Services and Community Committee on the briefing about the Aged Care Commissioner. Review briefing on the 2022-23 annual review of the New Zealand Artificial Limb Service. And review briefing on the 2022-23 annual review of the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra.
The reports are set down for consideration. No bills have been introduced. We come now to oral questions. First, in the name of CHLÖE SWARBRICK.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Acting Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's...
Sorry.
To the Prime Minister.
As it is on the sheet. Start again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yes, with the usual caveats.
Does he stand by his commitment made at Koronehana that, quote, we can value our differences, we can debate them constructively while still respecting each other, end quote? If so, does he consider it constructive to open a 6-month select committee process on the Treaty Principles Bill when experts such as Dale Takitimu have said it is, quote, stirring up race-fuelled rhetoric in this country, end quote?
With the greatest of respect to Mr Takitimu, he is not an expert. And we are slightly annoyed at the number of people, she's not an expert, yes. Well, they and them, I'm talking to the Greens now, right? But they're not an expert. And we are sick and tired of people stomping past 5 leading judges from 1987. Beg your pardon?
No, hang on.
To you, it might be, but you know nothing about it, do you?
Yeah, wait on. We're not going to have that sort of exchange.
Yes. Well, Mr Speaker, the malady of ignorance is being ignorant without knowing it. That's what you heard over there. So our point is, of course, we want discussion and consultation on the widest number of things. And democracy sometimes takes time.
Does he stand by his statement that a referendum on Te Tiriti would be, quote, divisive and unhelpful, end quote? And if so, why is his cabinet seeking advice on holding a referendum on the Treaty Principles Bill?
Sometimes in life, as in politics, chronology matters. If the bill doesn't get into the second reading or the third reading, there will not be a referendum, will there? So accordingly, some of us are not concerned about that.
Can the Prime Minister think of anything that is a bigger waste of the public's time than allowing a 6-month-long select committee process on a divisive so-called treaty principles bill when the majority of government has already committed to opposing that very bill?
With respect, often the legislation comes to this House, often with a chance of possibly passing and sometimes no chance, but we don't, as a Parliament, say we won't discuss it. And that's where we sit in terms of our democratic process. But I can think of all sorts of court cases which are a gross waste of the public's time and money, and where the mahi is being done when the person's not even here. And of course the court cases now involving taxpayers paying for the court proceedings as we speak. And that member from the Green Party would know all about that case, wouldn't she?
Who benefits from allowing the Treaty Principles Bill to have a 6-month select committee process?
Well, the reality is that on this side of the House, we've always been open-minded, prepared to hear others' views and to have a discussion. And that's what we were saying when we looked at this matter, and we still look forward to that process. We hope that those who have certain views will come along and share their views, those who oppose likewise. But I do not think that it is a massive obstruction of our lifestyle to consider what has been going on in this Parliament since 1854. That is a democratic process.
Are we to take then from the Prime Minister's comments that they are open-minded about what's coming before this House, that they may in fact change their mind on supporting the Treaty Principles Bill beyond second reading?
I don't know how some people have difficulty with this, but if you look at the coalition agreement, two parties have agreed to support it to a first reading only. Now, say it one more time, for the media's sake, read the coalition agreement.
Question number 2, the name of Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, economic data can be forward-looking, reflecting people's intentions and expectations. It can be about the here and now, or it can be backward-looking, if there is a long lag between measurement and reporting. In terms of the here and now, I've seen the latest ANZ Business Outlook survey, which includes a measure of firms' current activity compared to a year ago. This measure improves slightly compared to the previous survey, but is still weak, reflecting where the economy is at the moment.
Supplementary. When will the next GDP figures be released?
Mr Speaker, GDP results for the June quarter will come out next Thursday. These are also likely to be weak, with many forecasters picking a negative quarter. We'll see what transpires on Thursday, but GDP is a good example of backward-looking data. The 3 months to June seem a long way back in the rear-view mirror, especially as the Reserve Bank has now started dropping interest rates.
Has she seen any forward-looking economic data?
Mr Speaker, yes, this is where the news gets better. The ANZ Business Outlook includes a measure of firms' outlook for their own activity looking 12 months into the future. This is very strong. In fact, the strongest outlook in 7 years. And the survey also measures overall business confidence. This is an even more extraordinary result. Business confidence has risen sharply and is now at its highest level in a decade. These surveys, of course, can move around from month to month. However, on balance, while businesses have been doing it tough for a long time, the ANZ survey is a strong indication that they see better times ahead.
Supplementary. What sort of policies would damage business confidence?
Well, Mr Speaker, about the worst thing I can think of is imposing a capital gains tax on businesses. Because a capital gains tax would increase the tax that businesses pay. It would tax small business owners when they sell up and retire. It would increase taxes on productive assets while exempting the family home, thereby encouraging people to put more and more money into their house. New Zealand has a capital shallow economy, and what businesses don't need is higher taxes on capital.
That's right.
Question number 3, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr Speaker, to the Prime Minister, does he stand by all his statements and actions?
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yes.
Supplementary. Why has he failed to condemn Shane Jones calling a judge a communist when his Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters says, quote, "it should not have been said," end quote?
As with the process of coalition governments, we improve the outcome by consultation, and that's what happened here.
Supplementary question. Why did he allow the Deputy Prime Minister to discuss MFAT's budget bid with him instead of the Minister of Finance?
I want to say on behalf of every minister on this side of the House who was asked to report to the Prime Minister their views with respect to their portfolio for their forthcoming budget, and this was done last year. We all wrote to the Prime Minister, as did I, shared it, of course, with the Minister.
I'm sure he did.
Oh, yes, well, If I'd have been away at Celebrity Treasure Island, I'd probably lost the plot too. But the reality is that we all did that, and here we've got an extraordinary circumstance where the Minister, or the Deputy Prime Minister of that time, is now being accused of talking to the Prime Minister. How horrifying is that?
No, Carmel Sepuloni.
Thank you. Mr Speaker.
No. I was trying. Primary always gets 3.
Given he has previously stated that his party won't support the Treaty Principles Bill beyond first reading, is the $4 million the bill is projected to cost wasteful spending?
We did see the economics of the former advisor to the Labour Party, Mr Rennie. It is grossly wrong, can be proven with the greatest of ease, and so we shouldn't weigh more. Oh, that's what I'd expect from those 2 economists over there too. What I don't understand is if they know so much about economics, why didn't they stop Grant Robinson blowing the whole purse, right? They're both of you. But the reality is, I respect Mr Rennie, but on this occasion he let himself down academically terribly.
Scott Willis.
Does the Prime Minister think that the current structure of the electricity market was possibly a factor in the loss of jobs and the closure of mills in the Ruapehu district?
Under review. The reality is that matter is under review, but if you go back to 1988, that's what I said back then, and I still stand by it.
Supplementary. Will the government commit to separating the generation and retail functions of the gentailers to ensure fair and transparent pricing for regional communities, industry and households? And if not, why not?
It's very, very clear that we've got a crisis on our hands that we inherited, worsened, of course, by the appalling decision made by the then Minister of Energy to shut down, for example, Marsden Point, covertly as part of a deal. And she's never, ever told anybody about that, including colleagues on her side of the House. It'll come out very shortly. But go back to the point. All of that's under review because it's an urgent matter now.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Why won't he save the taxpayer money and shoot the bill down now, given he and the Leader of New Zealand First have said they won't support the bill past first reading?
Because we have an undertaking which we gave to another party, and we stick by our word.
Mr Speaker, who is correct? Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, who said, quote, how can you have a referendum when after the first reading, that's it, end quote, or David Seymour, who said, quote, you just never know how circumstances might change, end quote.
Mr Speaker, modesty prevents me from answering that question.
Mr Speaker, who is correct? Sir Apirana Ngata, who said, quote, Article 2 states that the treaty guarantees to the Māori people their rights and possessions to their lands, their forests and their fisheries, or David Seymour, whose treaty principles explain as ignore this and merely says all New Zealanders?
Well, actually, Ngata did not say that about Article 2. He said it was about their positions and possessions. That's the difference. I would ask her to go back and read that old treatise from 1922, 102 years old now, and read it with great clarity, and for that member's sake, I'll make sure it's got pictures.
Question number 4, Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. What recent announcement has the government made about delivering the health care New Zealanders need?
The Honourable Dr Shane Reedy.
Thank you. New Zealanders deserve to know that if they or their loved ones become unwell, they will receive the health care they need when they need it. That's why this morning I outlined details of Health New Zealand's plan to achieve the government's ambitious health targets. Our targets are tightly focused on 5 things that really matter: faster cancer treatment, increasing childhood immunisation, shorter stays in emergency department and shorter wait times for surgery. To achieve these targets, it will take a lot of work. That's why today's implementation plan is important, because it provides clarity to the sector on what areas need to improve in order to achieve these targets. This is a key milestone.
Supplementary. What will a focus on health targets look like for New Zealanders?
Mr Speaker, clear health targets are key to improving the performance of our health system. They focus resources, attention and accountability on outcomes that really matter. I agree with clinicians, targets will save lives. However, the introduction of targets alone won't drive all the change we need to see. We've got to get back to basics. That's why the actions detailed in our comprehensive implementation plan focus on seemingly simple things that will ensure consistency and stability across the system. Our targets are designed so that every New Zealander should experience the change for themselves, however and whenever they experience healthcare.
Supplementary. How does the government intend to achieve these targets?
Mr. Speaker, as I have said previously, we've got to get back to basics and tackle the seemingly simple things first. That's why we are planning to establish more community infusion centres so that patients can access their chemotherapy closer to home. We are also looking to expand the number of beds in operating theatres in public hospitals and make greater use of capacity in private hospitals. We will work towards separation between acute care and planned care so that operating theatres can be used more efficiently and result in fewer same-day cancellations. There will also be new radiotherapy machines for cancer treatment and a focus on patients who have waited more than a year to be assessed or treated. We've also got to make sure that we have the right workforce in the right place at the right time to help deliver these actions.
Supplementary. How is the government investing in the health system to meet these health targets?
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Health New Zealand has assured me that these targets can and will be achieved within current resources and will come with regular and transparent reporting. Our government has already invested more money into health than any government in New Zealand's history, with the system receiving around $30 billion a year. With that investment, we are looking to improve efficiencies and improve health outcomes. That's because every dollar spent on health is precious. However, dollar signs and numbers on a page won't be the only way New Zealanders see change in the health system. We're committed to delivering timely access to quality health care that New Zealanders need.
TAKUTAI TARSH KEMP, question 5.
Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou te whare. To the Minister of Health, does he stand by the $1.4 billion in cuts to the health system when extended wait times in emergency departments have led to a patient death?
Honourable Dr Shane Reedy.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I extend my sympathy to the family of the patient who recently passed away in Rotorua ED and acknowledge the sadness they will be feeling. Health New Zealand treats any adverse event involving a patient and their care extremely seriously, and an internal review is being undertaken. As this case has been referred to the coroner and an internal review is underway, it will be inappropriate to comment further. I do stand by the $1.4 billion of reprioritisation, which will improve patient outcomes.
Supplementary. Is it acceptable that patients, including myself, are being placed in ED corridors with whiteboards used for privacy because they are short on beds, stressed, fatigued and understaffed?
Mr. Speaker, what is acceptable is to have the best quality of healthcare that we can possibly deliver in our emergency departments, and I have seen exactly what that member is describing, and having discussions with Health New Zealand as to how we can do a better job in our emergency departments.
Supplementary. How can the Minister be trusted when his ministry denies frontline hiring freezes, yet doctors and nurses at Middlemore Hospital have told me that they're overworked and understaffed due to those very freezes?
Mr. Speaker, I accept the assurances that Health New Zealand have made to me.
Supplementary.
That's the Māori Party have used up the allocation of questions for the week. We move now to question number 6, the Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Justice. Does she agree with the Prime Minister, quote, "What I would say is that no decisions have been made about semi-automatic weapons. We're going to be focused on public safety and those conversations are still to happen," end quote.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Mr. Speaker, yes, because that is the truth, despite near daily attempts by the member and her party to scaremonger instead of sticking to the facts. The government is drafting legislation to move responsibility for the Arms Act and firearms policy from the police portfolio to the justice portfolio. This is an administrative change, and it is clearly signalled in the National Act Coalition Agreement, so it should come as no surprise. This will mean transferring regulation-making powers, cost-recovering settings and provisions related to the Minister's Arms Advisory Group and reviewing the Arms Act 1983. As the member knows, given her experience as a former minister, Any changes to regulations require Cabinet's agreement. I do not have the power to make regulatory changes at my discretion. To suggest anything else is totally wrong.
Did Cabinet agree to amend Section 74A of the Arms Act on the 20th of May 2024?
Mr Speaker, Cabinet agreed to fulfil Phase 3 of the Firearms Work Programme, which is to move the regulatory component from New Zealand Police to the Ministry of Justice. In order to do that, we had to implement certain aspects of regulations, and that's exactly what we did.
Did she issue drafting instructions to amend Section 74A of the Arms Act as invited by Cabinet on 20 May 2020?
Mr Speaker, I'm going to refer back to my primary answer, which actually states very, very clearly that in order to make the movements that we needed to make, we have to make changes. The section that has been changed was implemented by the Labour Party in the first place in 2019 and 2020. They should have perhaps been a bit more careful with what they put in the law if they were worried about what subsequent governments may do. But we've made it very clear, Mr Speaker, of our intent to remove the regulatory function from New Zealand Police to the Ministry of Justice at this stage, and we had to make these changes to do that.
Point of order, the Honourable Kieran McNulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Listen really carefully to that answer. It was at length, but it was a very specific question about a very specific part. Now, yesterday, the Minister again responded to all the questions that were about this part, spoke of other parts, did not speak of this part. We let that go, but in that instance, referring to the primary answer and then adding additional information, still failed to address the specific question.
Well, a specific question that seeks an answer that is either yes or no can be asked, but you can't expect to get an answer. The member can have an extra question to further her exploration of this matter.
Well, speaking to the point of order, Mr Speaker...
No, I've ruled on it.
No, OK,
Yeah.
all right. Is Cabinet Minute 10173 that specifies, that invites the Associate Minister to issue drafting instructions to amend Section 74A, has that Cabinet instruction been actioned by the Minister by her initiating drafting instructions?
Mr Speaker, matters that have gone through Cabinet will be made public at a time that is meant to be made public, and I guess when that happens, the member will well know at that time.
Point of order. Kieran McNulty.
The member asked a question referencing a Cabinet minute that she has got publicly, and therefore it is inappropriate for the Minister to brush this off saying that the information will be made public at the appropriate time when it already has. The House deserves a response.
I'd invite the point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
That intervention cannot be true. Speaker's rulings are very clear. 2071, the question was addressed, and it's not your job to ascertain accuracy.
No, but it is my job to judge address. Well, that's your opinion. It may not be mine. So I'd ask the Minister to have another crack at answering that question.
Mr Speaker, yes, and there will be a bill coming to this House imminently.
Good.
Is she confident that Cabinet was fully aware that by changing the responsible Minister for Section 74A, as per Cab Minute 173, it would give her the power to determine what is a prohibited firearm by order in Council?
Mr Speaker, I think I've made it really, really clear that the changes that we have made were in order to be able to take the regulatory function from New Zealand Police and put it into the Ministry of Justice. If we were to utilise any of the other provisions, such as what that member is suggesting, it would need to go through Cabinet and get Cabinet approval. There is no need for me to ask Cabinet about something that has not happened.
I've got two more. Does the change to responsible minister in section 74A give her the power to determine what is a prohibited firearm by order in council?
Mr. Speaker, I refer to the answers that I have given repeatedly today, which is any future decisions around what that member is asking would need to go to Cabinet and get their approval. That has not happened. We have not had advice. We are not even discussing that. This is about removing the regulatory powers from New Zealand Police and putting them into the power of the Ministry of Justice.
Was the Prime Minister incorrect to state that no decisions had been made in relation to prohibited semi-automatic firearms?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Question number 7.
I've got.
No, you haven't.
Oh, have I not?
Or has she, or what? Come on, get organised.
Does she consider that she should have advised her Cabinet colleagues on the details of Section 74A and also the political risk associated with transferring to her the power to determine what is a prohibited firearm?
Mr. Speaker, I don't see that there's a political risk in having somebody with a whole lot of firearm safety background, education and knowledge being in charge of firearms legislative changes. We can certainly do and will do a heck of a lot better than what that side of the House did when they've caused more harm in the community and loss of trust and confidence in New Zealand Police. My advice to Cabinet is based on good, solid, sound public safety outcomes, and I'm proud of it.
Question 7, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education. What recent announcements has she made about driving structured literacy in schools?
The Honourable Erica Stamford.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was really proud to announce that from the 1st of October, schools in Kura with years 0 to 3 students will receive between $500 and $5,000 per year over the next 4 years to support them to buy structured literacy resources to drive support for students in their reading achievement. These resources will include things like decodable books, flashcards, games, mini whiteboards and other materials, in addition to the free decodable books and resources already available from the Ministry of Education. I'm committed to supporting our amazing teachers every step of the way as we work together to implement structured literacy so that we lift achievement in reading.
Supplementary. What did her announcement include relating to the phonics check?
Mr. Speaker, I also announced that trials of the new phonics check in 80 primary schools are about to begin in both English and, for the first time, a purpose-built phonics check tool in Te Reo Māori prior to a nationwide rollout next year. In English medium schools, they will be done after 20 and 40 weeks. In Māori medium schools, to acknowledge the complexity that arises when children are learning in 2 languages, we're introducing an auditory check at 20 weeks to check the ability of tamariki Māori to detect sounds. This will act as an early alert for learners who are having difficulties with their hearing. And then these tamariki will also participate in 20, 40 and 55 weeks phonics checks. By checking on every child's progress in their first year of schooling and intervening early where extra support may be required, we're making sure that all children are getting the very best start in learning to read.
Good. Concise answers are good. Tom Rutherford.
What other announcements has she made recently to accelerate reading in schools?
Mr. Speaker, from Term 1, 2025, this government has reprioritised $33 million of funding from reading recovery directly into interventions which align with structured literacy to ensure consistency of approach. This support includes 271 full-time equivalent roles, as was the case under reading recovery. Applications have now opened for schools to apply for this resource for years 0 to 2. These changes will work hand in hand with the knowledge-rich curriculum, decodable books and other resources, as well as the phonics check to help support our kids to learn to read.
What feedback has she received from this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Principal of Bulcott's School, Rachel, said implementing structured literacy for us here at Bulcott has been really positive and we've seen incredible results. Literacy expert Dr. Pamela Snow said they're taking a very systematic and thorough approach and that there's no time like the present and the evidence has been for a long time that a change is needed if we're going to be ensuring success for the highest number of children, regardless of postcode, level of disadvantage and other factors. And this morning, finally, Alice Wilson from Lifting Literacy Aotearoa said, "We are delighted this government really has taken this on wholeheartedly."
Question number 8, the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Disability Issues, does she stand by her statement, quote, "That is why we are prioritising disabled people, their families and carers," unquote? And if so, how can she justify a funding freeze for residential care facilities?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister, yes, maintaining funding at existing levels for residential care providers was recommended by the Independent Review into Disability Support Services led by Sir Martin Weaver to enable an urgent assessment of the residential care pricing model to be undertaken. The independent review found that despite no increases in the number of people in residential care, cost increases to residential care providers had exceeded inflation, and it found it was unclear how these costs were being monitored. The independent review said the urgent assessment of the residential care pricing model, and I quote, "will stabilise the financial underpinnings of service to a group of clients with some of the highest needs," end quote. Mr Speaker, overall a record $2.6 billion is available for disability support services this financial year due to this government's decision to inject an additional $1.1 billion over 5 years in budget 2024.
What does she say to the mother who is too old to care for her high needs, intellectually disabled adult son, who can get aggressive and will no longer be able to transition into a residential facility that he was approved for because of her government's freeze?
Mr Speaker, it's very important to be clear that there has been no freeze or reduction on admissions into residential care, and that those decisions continue to be made by local NASCs. I'll repeat it again. There is no freeze on admissions into residential care.
How is she prioritising disabled people and their carers when Parents of Vision Impaired New Zealand has said that the restrictions are so severe that there is significant risk of harm to disabled people and their families, particularly for ageing parents who are finding care work increasingly difficult?
Mr Speaker, again, there has been no freeze on admissions into residential care. The funding has been maintained while a review can take place. Mr Speaker, can I just be very clear also that the review that took place found an alarming inequity of services across the system, and so this government is very focused on ensuring there is fairness and sustainability of disability services across the disability sector.
How is she prioritising disabled people when St John of God Haora Trust has a wait list of disabled people needing a room and an empty 6-bedroom home that is staffed, but say the admission freeze means that it's likely to remain empty?
Mr Speaker, there has been no freeze on admissions into residential care. There has been a pause and a maintenance of the funding for residential care. The process is the same as it has always been, that the local NASC will make a decision based on need.
Question. Sorry? Yep. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Will she commit to reversing the freeze that was laid out in a document sent to NASCs that is preventing disabled people from accessing residential care that they were approved for, given the risk of harm that it has caused?
Mr. Speaker, there is a pause and a maintenance of the existing funding while a rapid review is undertaken to understand why residential care costs have gone up beyond the level of inflation. That rapid review will have answers by the beginning of early 2025.
Supplementary.
Kaharangi Kata. Just wait for a minute. Kaharangi Kata.
Thank you. Could the Minister outline how freezing funding for residential care while not increasing community support options aligns with the Enabling Good Lives principles, particularly the principle of self-determination?
So again, Mr. Speaker, existing services continue, enabling good lives continue. The pause and the maintenance of the existing funding is for a short period while a rapid review is undertaken to understand how the cost can have increased for residential care above inflation rates when the numbers going into residential care have not increased.
What would the Minister say to Anita Nichols, who has 2 sons with intellectual disabilities, and says, quote, "It actually says quite clearly that people who are in family homes, if a parent becomes unable to support them, there is no guarantee from government that a residential place would be provided, and that's every parent's worst nightmare," end quote.
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely know that it is every parent with a disability, with a child with a disability, it's their worst nightmare of not being able to get services. But the important thing to remember is that services have not been cut. Services are being maintained. There has always been a process where NASCs undertake prioritisation of needs when accessing residential services.
Point of order.
Point of order. The Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to table a report that I understand is not publicly released that shows there is a funding freeze.
Well, how do you know it's not publicly released?
Because I can't find it publicly. It was sent to me by a provider who said it was leaked.
Right. Any objection to that course of action? There appears to be none. Question number 9, Catherine Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. What actions is the government taking to reduce harm caused by gangs and to make communities safer?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're taking many actions, and in particular progressing the Gangs Bill and the Sentencing Amendment Bill, which will reduce the ability of gangs to operate and cause fear, intimidation and disruption for New Zealanders. This legislation is a significant step in making our communities safer by providing the police with additional tools to deal with the mayhem on our streets and in our communities created by gangs.
Supplementary. What new tools will be available for police to deal with gangs?
Mr. Speaker, the Gangs Bill and Sentencing Amendment Bill will prohibit the display of gang patches in public places and, in the case of repeat offences, to prohibit possession full stop. Police will have the ability to issue dispersal notices to break up gang gatherings and disrupt the public, and to issue non-consorting orders to prevent specific gang members from associating. The legislation will also amend the Sentencing Act, making gang membership on its own an aggravating factor, meaning gang members will face tougher consequences for their crimes.
Supplementary. Why is the government taking action against the fear, intimidation and disruption that gangs cause in our communities?
Well, Mr. Speaker, because over the past 6 years, gang membership increased by 51%, and at the same time, violent crime in our communities went up by 33%. We don't tolerate that. We're doing this, Mr. Speaker, for the law-abiding New Zealanders who should be able to go about their normal lives without fear of being intimidated and preyed upon by organised crime. And that is why this government is taking action.
Supplementary. Does the Minister agree with commentary that the government is limiting freedom of speech?
I think it was freedom of expression, and yes, I do agree with that. We are limiting the freedom of expression of gang members, but we're also conscious of the fact that New Zealanders have the right to be safe in their communities and to go about their lives without being fearful of violent and intimidatory gangs. And if that means preventing a segment of society from associating with each other, preventing them from displaying gang patches, we think that is justified.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How can the Minister justify the last-minute nature of the amendment banning gang patches in private residences, given the comments of the convener of the Law Society's Criminal Law Committee, Chris Macklin, who said this amendment came so far after the consultation process and so close to what would be the bill's third reading that it's almost like it's been railroaded?
Well, Mr Speaker, that is a tough piece of sentencing which will only be involved if somebody repeatedly flouts the law and is convicted 3 times within 5 years. So it's very, very easy to avoid. And that is simply not to be convicted 3 times in 5 years for flouting the gang legislation. And that's what we're going to do. And so this government makes no apologies for passing laws that are about to ensure that ordinary New Zealanders can go about their lives without fear and intimidation on their streets.
Question 10, Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Internal Affairs, what recent announcements has she made on passport wait times?
Mr
The
Speaker.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that as of last week, the wait times for passports has returned to normal, and New Zealanders are now advised to allow up to 2 weeks to receive their passport. This will be welcome news to many New Zealanders who are looking to receive their passports quickly for themselves and their families in time for their travel. After a software upgrade in March caused unexpected delays to passport processing, with expected wait times pushed up to 10 weeks, I've been focused on reducing passport wait times as a top priority. Ensuring that New Zealanders continue to receive timely and quality passport services remains a priority for me as a Minister.
Mr Speaker, what steps were taken to achieve this reduction in wait times?
Mr Speaker, the Department reviewed its processes and identified where system improvements could be made to increase efficiencies, including automating some steps of the process. I would like to thank all the staff who have worked hard to clear the backlog of applications and reduce processing times. I know many people have been working overtime during evenings and weekends to get the wait time back down to 2 weeks, and I appreciate all of your efforts.
Great work. Supplementary. What can New Zealanders expect from the passport service going forward?
Mr Speaker, I expect the Department to maintain the standard wait time of 2 weeks. The upgraded passport system has delivered benefits to New Zealanders, including the option for families to apply as a group using an online form rather than multiple paper ones. It has also made it easier for people to report a lost or stolen passport and receive a replacement in a timely manner. I also expect continuous improvement across all of the Department's services, including citizenships and identity verification.
Question number 11, the Honourable Phil Twyford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Immigration, does she stand by her statement to the Education and Workforce Committee that work on the parent visa boost will not start before 2025?
The Honourable Erica Stamford.
Mr Speaker, I stand by my full statement, which is, so AEWV this year really had to take precedence because of the high rate of migrant exploitation. I think that's pretty reasonable. New Zealanders would expect us to get on top of that immediately, so we've planned out for the next year to start work on the parent boost visa.
Supplementary. Why did she tell Indian Weekender back in January that she will soon begin working on a mechanism for a 5-year renewable parent visa, when in fact officials won't begin work on it at all until sometime in 2025?
Mr Speaker, as I told the committee at the time, we had started early scoping work. We had worked out the types of insurance that would be required for that sort of visa. We'd also worked out that it's really expensive for that type of insurance, and we're also working out what are the types of mechanisms we could use to ensure that parents who came here either had access to some type of insurance or some type of payment that would ensure that we could pay for their health requirements while they were here. So early scoping work had taken place, but the detailed policy work that needs to take place for such a visa won't take place until next year.
Supplementary. Does she agree there is a huge unmet demand from people who desperately want a visa that gives them a chance to bring their parents to New Zealand?
Oh, well, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that it's really important for people to visit their family in New Zealand. There is a 3-year multiple entry visa that is available, and we know that since 2022, 25,000 people have applied for that 3-year multiple entry visa. So while they're waiting for the work that we're going to start early next year, and I'll be pleased to announce that later next year when it's available, that pathway is still available for parents and grandparents, and 25,000 people have applied for it.
Supplementary. What does she say to Auckland woman Elsa Wang, who told RNZ the time frame for the parent visa boost was, and I quote, unacceptable, as she thought the government would introduce the policy soon after coming into power and now feels let down?
Oh, well, I say to that woman, Mr. Speaker, that she should apply for the 3-year multiple entry parent visa, like 25,000 other people have done. But I would also say to that woman that we never made any indication that we'd be able to do this visa within our first 100 days or first 3 months, as policy work takes months and the implementation required just for the IT function alone take 3 months. And the previous minister, I'm sure, knows that very well.
Supplementary. Will she commit to a timeline in which the new visa will be implemented and become operational? And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, I've already committed to starting work on the visa next year. As I've already mentioned, it takes a number of months to be able to do the detailed policy work to make sure we get it right, and it takes a further 3 or 4 months to get the IT implementation right.
Supplementary. Is it correct that coalition partner New Zealand First blocked her from delivering on this campaign promise earlier than next year? And if so, why did she allow herself to be bullied out of delivering on an election promise by a minor party?
No, sit down. The member can have one shot at rewording that question.
Is it correct that coalition partner New Zealand First blocked her from delivering on this campaign promise earlier than next year?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I can categorically state that that is completely untrue. In fact, quite the opposite is true, and that the coalition agreement that we have with the ACT Party means that we have to implement this policy. And in fact, the ACT Party have been very vocal in the fact that they want this work done quickly as well. I've explained to them and everybody else that detailed policy work will take place next year, because this year we had to get on top of a huge number of migrant exploitation that the previous government left us. Thank you very much.
That concludes oral questions. Members will have about 30 seconds to go about other business, quietly and without conversation on the way. Thank you. Without conversation on the way. I call on the Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Gambling, definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill, first reading.
Mr. Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament's website. The Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 10 October 2024 and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting, except during oral questions, during any evening on a day on which there has been a sitting of the House.
Can I just ask the member
on a Friday?
Let's ask the Minister to move that other microphone round towards her. If that's yeah, that might help, yeah.
Is that
We are
better?
making adjustments to your facilities.
From where I was, during any evening on a day on which there has been a sitting of the House, on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House, and outside the Wellington area, despite standing orders 193, 195 and 196. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be here today with the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill. This bill will ensure that a long-standing fundraising tool remains fit for purpose for the community organisations who depend on it to fund their operations. This amendment will ensure that the Gambling Act 2003 continues to provide the tools and means for one of its key purposes, community benefit. Mr. Speaker, one would be hard-pressed to find someone in New Zealand who is not familiar with community fundraising efforts in the form of gambling, be it a raffle run by a local branch of Fire and Emergency New Zealand or a lottery run by the New Zealand Heart Foundation in which the top prize is a house. One would, Mr. Speaker, also not necessarily realise how often the community services and activities they interact with are partially financed through fundraising in the form of licensed gambling. One such type of fundraising is Class 3 gambling, defined in the Gambling Act as gambling with prizes over the value of $5,000, from which the proceeds are applied or distributed to an authorised purpose such as charities or non-commercial operations which benefit the community. A common form of Class 3 gambling is lotteries, used to fund organisations that provide a charitable service to local communities or New Zealanders generally. Normally, Mr. Speaker, the Gambling Act prohibits gambling operators from providing gambling online. The Act prevents what is called remote interactive gambling, or gambling at a distance by means of a communication device. This prohibition on remote interactive gambling is one way in which the Act works to prevent harm and maintain the integrity of gambling provided in New Zealand. Contravening this prohibition has serious consequences for operators of gambling in New Zealand. For the organisations and charities operating lotteries with a Class 3 licence, selling tickets via tools such as their website could come with penalties, including suspension or loss of their licence for that lottery draw, or more concerningly, prosecution with a maximum penalty of a $50,000 fine. In 2020, as part of a suite of law changes made in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the government introduced a temporary exemption to the Gambling Act, which allowed 3 large Class 3 licence holders, the Heart Foundation, the Coast Guard and Countdown Kids Charitable Trust, the ability to continue selling their lottery tickets via remote means, such as by telephone and the internet. In 2021, this amendment was expanded to include all licensed Class 3 lotteries and extended until the end of October this year. These amendments have been a valuable demonstration of the relative safety of this type of gambling. Mr. Speaker, it does not allow gamblers to reinvest their winnings, as some other forms of gambling do, and is not permitted to be conducted on a gambling machine, avoiding the appealing features these often include. In the time that these gambling operators have been able to sell their tickets online, they have proven their continued value and safety. It is this demonstration that gives me confidence in making the exemption permanent. Since 2003, when the Gambling Act was first enacted, and in the time since the first temporary exemption in 2020, the world and New Zealand with it has changed substantially. Where in the early 2000s print media still dominated the advertising landscape and balancing a checkbook was a common household task, today New Zealanders consume information and advertising almost entirely online, and digital payment tools are so simplified and integrated into everyday life that the major banks no longer accept cheques as part of their services. If the temporary exemption were to expire next month, without a permanent solution, I am concerned about what this would mean for those organisations relying on this fundraising tool. In practical terms, this would mean charities removing payment platforms from their websites, community organisations returning to advertising lotteries in print media and in person, and vital community services being forced to seek ticket sales in person. More significantly, these changes would likely result in a loss of customers, both existing and new, a loss of revenue for these important and valued community organisations, increasing operational costs and resourcing to fundraise, with impacts on the services that these organisations provide, sunk costs for digital platforms built to sell tickets, and an increase in safety risks for volunteers selling tickets door to door. Put simply, I want to ensure, as I believe other members in this House would agree, that a hospice trust delivering care in the community, for example, can fundraise as safely and efficiently as possible, while focusing their resources on the care that they provide, rather than on inefficient and costly fundraising efforts. The bill I am speaking to, Mr. Speaker, would ensure that these vital charities and organisations do not have to return to selling their lottery tickets in a fashion that complies with the prohibition on remote interactive gambling. The Gambling Act currently already exempts a range of gambling types from the prohibition on remote interactive gambling. It does so by modifying the definition of remote interactive gambling to exclude these types. Currently, they are gambling operated by the Lotteries Commission, gambling authorised under the Racing Industry Act, online gambling with an overseas website, sales and promotion schemes, and of course, Class 3 lotteries until the end of October 2024. This bill would permanently add lotteries conducted by a gambling operator that holds a Class 3 licence that allows them to operate lotteries to that list of gambling types not included in the definition of remote interactive gambling, and exempt them permanently from the prohibition on remote interactive gambling. The impact of this change for the organisations fundraising via lotteries is the confidence that they can continue their safe and enjoyable fundraising in the most cost-effective and efficient way possible, without risking the licence which allows them to operate these lotteries. It is my pleasure to introduce this legislation to the House and see that these organisations can continue to serve their communities. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a real pleasure for me to be able to take a call on the first reading of the Gambling Definition of Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, I've spent a lot of the time, obviously, as a mother with lots of children, you become that mum who has to do the sausage sizzle, who has to sell raffles, who has to run gaming nights, for the local surf club. You kind of become that naturally as that particular mum, particularly when you've got 8 kids and when you're a lawyer as well. And the effort that charities and local community organisations have to put together in order to raise funds for really great initiatives. For example, today in Tauranga, the AIMS Games is on, the Association of Intermediate Middle Schools. It took our little group of parents, we had to fundraise $22,000 to get those children there. And it's no easy effort, but we do it because we love the community that we live in, and we want the opportunity that is available for our children to be available for other children. So the reason why I'm standing on behalf of the Labour Party to speak on this particular bill is to offer our support for it. And the reason why we are offering our support through the first reading to Select Committee is because actually this bill is almost word for word for a bill that I have in the tin at the moment. So the reason why this bill, yes, I know, and because previously I was the Minister of the Department of Internal Affairs, and a member, one of our members, Dr. Anai Levasar, came and saw me and he said, Minister, there is a particular issue that the Heart Foundation really want our support on. They know that with COVID they were given a particular exemption to be able to do these raffles. Most people probably here have probably bought one of those raffles. It's the raffle to win a I'm talking about Heart Foundation here first. The Heart Foundation to win a house, say in Queenstown. So I'm sure many members of Parliament here have probably bought one of those tickets. So during COVID, the Honourable Jan Tinetti, who is here in the House today, was also Minister of Internal Affairs at the time. So she allowed an exemption during that COVID period to allow that particular raffle and those who are societies who run a Class 3 licence, such as the Coast Guard and Countdown Kids, allowed them to be able to take it from the paper raffles that you see a lot, or the letter raffles, and allowed it to go online. And at the time there was a sunset clause to that particular exemption, and that sunset clause is actually due to expire this year. So as a result of that, they spoke to Dr. Anai Levasar, the Heart Foundation, so that was Clive Nelson and Mike Tomlinson, the leadership of the Heart Foundation. They spoke to Dr. Anai Levasar and they said, can you please help us to get a particular bill to extend this out? So as the Minister of Internal Affairs, I said to Dr. Anai, I said, my apologies, I'm not able to do this within the bill program that I have on, but actually, if you put a member's bill in the tin, it might be likely that your particular legislation, that little piece of legislation, might be able to get through faster than if I, as the Minister, was able to get the program work on it. So Dr. Anai Levasar put it through the tin, and then obviously when the election happened and we came back into Parliament, I picked it up as the opposition MP, and it is currently sitting in the ballot box right now. So this side of the House does support this bill. We know there is always some risks around opening up around gambling, which is why we do welcome submissions from the public to say, is there areas we need to strengthen this bill? Because again, this bill is almost word for word the same bill that's in the ballot box. So, clearly Dr. Anai Levasar was had really good drafting instructions given to our PCO in order to draft that. So we do welcome this bill. We know of the work that the Heart Foundation do. They have there's 180,000 people in New Zealand who suffer from heart diseases. And we know that the Heart Foundation depends on this lottery in order to raise the funds to pay for that research, to pay for that education. So without further ado, we want to support this bill to the first reading. We do welcome the public to be able to submit, ask us whether we need to strengthen it just to ensure that we've covered all the gambling harm that could be possible from this, but otherwise want to thank the Honourable Jan Tinetti, the Dr. Anai Levasar, for bringing this bill first to the House, in which we got through under COVID, and then as a member's ballot. Thank you.
Ka Horangi Kata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to take this short call on behalf of the Greens to support the gambling definition of a remote interactive gambling amendment bill. As we have already heard from my colleagues, this amendment bill is narrow and technical. The gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill, the bill, will allow Class 3 gambling, such as lotteries, to be conducted remotely on a permanent basis. Class 3 lotteries are used to raise funds for charitable and non-commercial purposes. For example, organisations like Coast Guard New Zealand and the Heart Foundation use these lotteries to support their fundraising efforts. The bill amends the Gambling Act 2003 to make permanent the temporary exemption currently in Section 4A, which allows licensed Class 3 lotteries to be exempt from the remote interactive gambling prohibition outlined in Schedule 9. These temporary exemptions were introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic. What this means in the day-to-day is that this amendment will enable Class 3 lotteries to, for example, continue receiving payments via the phone or internet banking. While we support this amendment as a technicality, we must acknowledge the broader conversation of gambling's role within our communities. The Green Party advocates for reducing the social harm associated with gambling. Specifically, our focus should be on harm minimisation in gambling legislation and regulation. One major way to reduce the harm associated with gambling is to ensure that community groups are not dependent on gambling revenue. Mr. Speaker, these organisations such as the Coast Guard, New Zealand and the Heart Foundation are literally saving people's lives and must be properly funded by central and local government. Take, for example, Coast Guard New Zealand, Aotearoa New Zealand's main maritime search and rescue organisation. When you look at the funding breakdown for Coast Guard New Zealand, 2/3, 66% of their funding comes from donations, lotteries, memberships, sponsorships and grants. The remaining 1/3 comes from the government's assistance. Let me say that again, 2/3 of the funding for Coast Guard, Tautiaki Moana, Aotearoa New Zealand's main maritime search and rescue organisations comes from donations and lotteries. Mr. Speaker, when we talk to those working in these organisations, we hear firsthand how fundraising efforts and grant applications take precious resources away from the mahi and communities they serve. This is not a given. Our community and voluntary sector can be properly funded and resourced by central and local governments. This would ensure that these groups can channel their resourcing towards the flax roots mahi rather than focusing on fundraising. Mr. Speaker, by supporting this bill, we take a step towards accommodating the evolving landscape of charitable fundraising while remaining committed to reducing gambling-related harm and expanding alternative funding sources for our communities. Thank you.
Hon Cameron.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the National Party enthusiastically supports the first reading of this government bill. Anyone would think that we're on private members' bill day to day, but no, the previous government did not progress it as a government bill, and this government is. And I want to acknowledge our Minister of Internal Affairs for the success that she's having in her portfolio in that wide-ranging ministry, including getting passport wait times back on track, I think was the headline from the Minister, back on track with what she said earlier today, with 93% of passports now issued within 2 weeks. And so, Mr. Speaker, the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill first reading is something that we are backing as a government, and hence it's coming here with the full weight of the House and hopefully the full support of all parties. The previous member for the Green Party, Mr. Speaker, said that such invaluable charities must be properly funded by central and local government. Well, I'd like to table this, I won't seek leave, Mr. Speaker, but this news item here from Radio New Zealand on the 17th of May, where Lifesaving New Zealand and the Coast Guard will receive a funding boost of $63.6 million over 4 years, this government has announced. That's right, $19 million for Coast Guard and $44 million for surf lifesaving. And so that government commitment is coming in the way of extra funding as well. But the biggest winners are the likes of the Heart Foundation, who we know were sending out brochures and forms via the post, via people's letterboxes for people to manually post back. That legislation now puts a permanent end to the manual and administratively difficult process by consumers and charities. And of course, Coast Guard, who now you can get onto the Coast Guard website as well as the Heart Foundation website and go in, buy a ticket for their lotteries and support those worthy charities. So this permanent digitalisation for fundraising by charities for their lottery tickets, Class 3, is long overdue and mostly warmly welcomed, and I encourage submissions to the Select Committee and commend the bill.
Well done, bro.
Call on Andy Foster.
Mr. Speaker, thanks. Like the other speakers here, New Zealand First supports this bill, and it's great to see this harmony breaking out around the House, and I wonder if it will continue for the rest of the afternoon. Look, we support this bill because it's about the ability for community organisations to be able to raise money to enable the great work that they are doing to be able to continue and to expand. This bill is about helping Class 3 licence holders by enabling fundraising, so the likes of lotteries, housing, instant games, to be done online as opposed to having to go door to door or any other ways. For those people out there who are watching, Class 3 organisations, they must be societies or corporate societies if they're doing regular fundraising. They must be raising money for community authorised purposes, so the good works that we want to be done around the community. They must have a turnover of at least $25,000 or prizes of $5,000. They cannot involve machines, so not that instant reward which gets people that continual cycle of reinvesting their winnings, so to speak, and then losing it all. And we've already heard the kind of examples, great organisations like Countdown Kids Charitable Trust, the National Heart Foundation, Royal New Zealand Coast Guard and many, many others. Mr. Speaker, this bill is common sense, and it's actually great to hear in fact, it's sort of the genesis of the trial, which was made common sense during the COVID years, because otherwise those organisations would not have been able to keep on raising the money that they needed to do. So it recognises that so much of our activity is now done online. Imagine if we said we weren't going to be able to allow ourselves to communicate online. The world would just about stop. And of course, so this is really important. It's common sense in that way. We've already had experience of going online for Class 3 during COVID and subsequently, and that seems to have worked well, but as we've already heard, it's going to be good to actually hear submissions from the public about what didn't work, but what really did work, and that's going to be very, very important. And this bill will make that online ability permanent. And the final thing I wanted to say is just, I know that there's a lot of angst about online gambling, but this is very, very different. It is not international organisations who are just wanting to make profit. This is community organisations based in New Zealand wanting to support really good stuff happening in New Zealand, and I commend this bill to the House.
I was calling on this side of the House next.
Mr Speaker.
Rachel Boyer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It appears we've got a little bit out of order in our speeches, but I'm sure everyone will get an opportunity to have their say. It is a pleasure to take a call.
Yeah, you're in perfect order. Whoever I call is next.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is a pleasure, Mr Speaker, to take a call on the gambling definition of remote interactive gambling amendment bill. And as previous speakers have noted, this is a continuation of the work that the Labour Party had done while we were in government, particularly during COVID times when we did have situations for some of our highly esteemed community organisations that run Class 3 operations who were unable to continue running some of their critical fundraising programs during COVID because they were paper-based and occurred in person. Mr Speaker, I am privileged to hold the chair of Governance and Administration Committee, and I'm pleased that this bill will be coming to our committee, and we've already heard from some of the hard-working members of our committee, and it looks like we will be working quite hard over the coming weeks. We'll have another conversation about that later, though, to make sure that we consider this bill. Because, Mr Speaker, what I did want to note that I think is important for the committee to take into consideration is that we will be extending this out beyond the named organisations that we had named while we were in government. This was legislation that was specific to a small group of organisations like the Heart Foundation, like Coast Guard. This bill actually extends that out further. Furthermore, it makes it permanent. So it will be appropriate for us to hear from the community about any concerns they may wish to raise. I think the comments that Mr Foster has already made are well worth repeating, which is this is about those community organisations that operate Class 3 gambling. This is not about any gambling that occurs offshore. It's onshore here in New Zealand. It's not gambling that I would say has the benefit of a profit-making exercise or for those who are interested in gambling for gambling's sake. This is actually the type of activity that occurs in order to help fundraise for some of our critical community organisations. So I think that point has been well made by Mr Foster, and I want to reiterate it. Having said that, we do know that when we take things online, it can become easier for people to access, and then that can lead to harm. So I think it will be important that during the Select Committee deliberations that we have enough time with officials to be able to really dig into some of those concerns that the community may raise, and I'm sure that will happen. Mr Speaker, I wanted to pay tribute particularly to one of the organisations that we had allowed to operate under our law, which is still in place until that sunset clause expires this year, and that is the Coast Guard. In my electorate of Nelson, we have an outstanding award-winning Coast Guard. And that I did not know that. So my colleague Duncan Webb has just said that the Nelson Coast Guard saved him once. So I will probably go home and ask them about that. But I want to pay tribute to the team there led by Pete Kara, who is an outstanding leader, and our fantastic Coast Guard who have a really strong connection with the Nelson community, but have had to do fundraising activities over the recent years, for example, to fundraise for our fantastic new boat that was launched a couple of years ago. That does go out into some very dangerous conditions, often getting close to the Cook Strait, not quite there, but close into places like D'Urville Island, where we've had really quite dangerous situations occur for boaties in our area. So that's an organisation that will benefit from this law being continued and being made permanent. So I do want to congratulate former colleagues Honourable Giantonetti and Honourable Barbara Edmonds, who were the two Ministers of Internal Affairs who put this work in place in the first place, and it is good to see it continuing. We will enjoy debating this at Select Committee and hopefully making any necessary changes we need to make the bill better when we bring it back to the House, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I call on
Mr.
Tom
Speaker.
Oliver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We got there, and I do want to say firstly that the purpose of the bill is to allow lotteries that raise funds for charitable or non-commercial purposes to operate online permanently. And I laugh at the irony I hear, particularly from the Labor member Barbara Edmonds, when she said when she was the Minister of Internal Affairs, that it would be quicker for change to be made on this specific legislation through the Members' Bill ballot biscuit tin than for her to actually lead the work herself as the Minister. And that could have taken 10, 15, 20 years for it to be drawn from the ballot. And yet she, as the Minister, decided not to do it quickly and to leave it to one of her colleagues to put it in the biscuit tin and for it to be done that way. And I say rubbish. Rubbish. Here you've got a Minister of Internal Affairs who's taken this matter seriously, is doing something about it. No credit to anyone previously, only credit to the current Minister who's leading this work, and I commend the bill to the House.
Lydia Sassini.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. And I just want to respond to my colleague on the other side of the House in terms of we've heard from Honourable Barbara Edmonds. She gives a very impactful statement. And in her experience, she has been fundraising for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I come back to the bill, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to make a contribution. It is helpful to understand that we have had two members who have been
If members want to be invited to take it outside, they will be.
Minister of Internal Affairs, and we've heard the purpose of this amendment bill and the change in terms of the Gambling Act 2003, the temporary provision that is currently in Section 4A will exempt the Class 3 gambling in the form of lottery from the prohibition remote interactive gambling, Section 9. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important change that is being made here, and Labor supports it to the Select Committee process because we have heard on this side of the House a number of our community who are still worried and facing just different gambling harms. So the whole online, the movement to online, any regulatory impacts or new provisions or permanent provisions requires a very good submission process. We want to hear from our community who have raised these concerns, Mr. Speaker. And so for the record, and for those listening at home, there are long concerns around online gambling harm minimisation. What are those gambling harm minimisation, and what are the tools in place via legislation? Mr. Speaker, I was asked to read the departmental disclosure statement. There is no regulatory impact statement. And on the front, it says, when there are certain significant powers or features in the bill that might be of particular parliamentary or public interest, warrants an explanation. The Select Committee must be that filter that questions and allows our public to make those submissions so that the Select Committee can hear from the public and from those who are working in the space. And Mr. Speaker, I just have with me some of the evidence that has been presented to the public. One of those papers is called the Māori Specific Preventing and Minimising Gambling Harm Evaluation, presented and prepared by Kōkiri Consultancy, April 2024. And another quite recently is a position paper on online gambling, which was produced in August 2024. And the organisations that have raised this right throughout Aotearoa, Mr. Speaker, are asking Parliament and members of Parliament to consider the effects when there are regulatory changes. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst the Labor Party is supporting it through the first reading. There needs to be important understanding is how does a piece of legislation achieve that balance for the community of Aotearoa in terms of positive and negative changes, and the Select Committee has to understand and mitigate through legislation, through good quality legislation that affects people's lives. So thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Hon Carlos John.
I stand here in this House to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to acknowledge the 27,800 registered charities in New Zealand and all their volunteers for the amazing job they do. Mr. Speaker, in the past 12 months, I've visited a range of charities groups in Auckland. Many charities are struggling not only with reduced financial support, but also with the challenges in recruiting volunteers to sell tickets and collect donations on the street. They often emphasize just how important it is to ensure government does everything we can to ensure these charities can fundraise effectively and efficiently. And we have listened. Our minister have listened. This bill allows charities or lotteries that raise funds for charitable and on commercial purpose to operate online permanently. And that allows charities with much little boost in their fundraising effort. So, Mr. Speaker, this government has a huge amount of respect for the work charities and their volunteers do. This bill is a bill not only back our charities, but means they have the tools they have asked for, so charities and their volunteers can spend more time on the front line and making a difference across the country. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the motion. Oh, okay.
I rise to speak on the first reading of this bill, the Gambling Definition of Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill, and I'd like to acknowledge the Minister. Thank you for bringing this to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, although I have my own personal views about gambling, this is a situation where absolutely I support it because it's going to be helping community organisations and charities. I commend this bill to the House.
Very good. So I presume now the question is the motion be agreed to. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. The contrary will say no. Ayes have it.
Gambling Definition of Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Gambling Definition Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill be considered by the Governance and Administration Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call the Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
I move that the Gambling Definition of Remote Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 10 October 2024, and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting, except during oral questions, during any evening on a day in which there has been a sitting of the House, on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House, and outside the Wellington area, despite Standing Orders 193, 195 and 196. Mr. Speaker, the Select Committee will consider this bill for only 4 weeks. This reflects the fact that the bill is very short, just 4 clauses, and very simple. The bill essentially recreates the temporary amendment to Section 4 and therefore continues the status quo. More importantly, however, it is my hope to provide community organisations relying on this exemption with the confidence that they can continue to conduct their lotteries legally and reliably beyond the 31st of October. It is my desire that the Select Committee report back to the House by 10 October so that the House may see the bill passed in time to enact this permanent exemption upon the expiration of temporary exemption. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Rachel Boyer.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to take a call on the specific matter of the report back date to the House of 10 October that the Minister has put on the table today. And I rise to speak against that motion, Mr. Speaker, and I'll outline those reasons now. Mr. Speaker, I am the Chair of the Governance and Administration Committee that will be considering the bill. And the concerns I wish to raise, while we are a dedicated, hard-working
committee that often flies under the radar. We don't always get those bills that make it into the headlines. We are an important, very modest committee of hard-working members, and I know that we will diligently approach this bill in the way that we need to. But, Mr. Speaker, I alluded to some of the concerns I was going to raise in the contribution I made earlier on the substance of the bill, and that is around the need for there to be proper community consultation on this bill. Mr. Speaker, it does go further than where the government had established the law under Labor. And look, we support that. We support there being a permanent approach. However, this does, and we need to be honest about it, this does actually make permanent an opportunity for gambling to occur online permanently. And so while I don't believe the risks are such as if you consider the likes of a pokie operation being online, it's a completely different scenario, right? And I am not suggesting that they are at all at the same level of risk for a person who is undertaking the activity. We do have to be honest about the challenges that we face through harm and the importance of us hearing from the community and being able to tease out with officials and giving officials enough time to provide us with that proper advice. And for those of us who are engaged as parliamentarians in that process, we know that the advice officials provide to us is critical. We will ask officials to provide us with detailed advice, and then we'll ask questions and come back again. And you know, our committee has just been doing that on another bill, which we can't talk to yet, but it's the practice of a select committee to actually interrogate and seek really substantive advice from officials, and then to be able to say, well, actually, we need more information on a particular matter. And so to only have 4 weeks in order to do that is actually an unreasonably short amount of time for us to consider it. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with the Minister's view that because the bill is short and only includes a couple of clauses, that it's not a big matter. That's not the case. We can change laws where you've only added one clause to a piece of legislation, and you can make an enormous change to a law. And we know that as parliamentarians, even just a word inside a clause can make an enormous difference to any piece of law that we may consider from time to time. So I don't accept the argument that because it's only a couple of pages, that somehow that means we don't have substantive matters to consider as part of the consideration of this bill. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are a hard-working committee, and we are a committee of people who like to ask questions. And I say that actually as something that I think should be celebrated. We have members in our committee that actually do like to get into the detail of a bill, and we will do that. We will ask questions of officials. We will hopefully hear from submitters in detail and ask them questions. It is my hope as the chair that we will hear submissions from the community organisations that seek to benefit from this, and of which there actually are many. And we want to make sure we have adequate time to hear from those charities, because their voice is important in this process. Likewise, it's important to hear from other organisations. I can think of the likes of the Problem Gambling Foundation, other organisations that do work supporting people.
Stay concise. Is the member moving an amendment?
Mr. Speaker, no, I'm speaking against the Minister's motion, which was to put on the table that the Select Committee report back by the 10th of October and to set aside standing orders that allow us to meet during the evenings and at other times when the House is sitting, and she's put that in her motion. And as a Labor Party, we will not be supporting the Minister's motion, and I'm outlining the reasons why we're not supporting that motion, and as I'm doing so as the chair, because I do have the responsibility of chairing that committee, one which I take seriously, and I've just noted that our committee is very hardworking,
Yeah,
will
all good.
absolutely
it's a very
be.
concise debate.
It is a very concise debate, Mr. Speaker, and so what I do want to do is be able to take that time to talk through the process that the Select Committee will be following in order to meet that 10th.
That's outside the concise nature of the motion. The member is doing very well to extend time, but I think her points have been rather well made. Perhaps now get back on that concise thing.
So, Mr. Speaker, the Labor Party won't be supporting the motion of the Minister because we would like to have the usual timeframe that we would take in order to actually consider a bill. And, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister said, she believes that it can have a short timeframe because it's a short bill in terms of the length of it. But actually, Mr. Speaker, that is, as I've already noted, that is not necessarily an indication of the impact or substance of a bill. And so Labor won't be supporting the Minister's motion, and we do not commend that motion to the House.
Call on Dr. Lawrence Hunan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise on behalf of the Green Party to say that we are very concerned in terms of the truncated timeframe that has been suggested by the Minister when it comes to the Select Committee process. Mr. Speaker, I understand from what the Minister's perspective that this is quite a short bill, and the fact that with this particular bill, they may not need the same level of consultation as one would expect. Madam Speaker, I also think that it is also ironic from that particular minister's party that they're happy to have a drawn-out process when it comes to the Treaty Principles Bill, but over here we are looking for what is essentially not 4 weeks, but 2 weeks. Yeah. Because, Madam Speaker, when we're looking at the duration of this, when we're looking at the process of the Select Committee, of the 10th of October as the date, we must also factor in that there's what we're seeing is the only remaining non-sitting week we have for the remainder of the year at the beginning of October. And for a lot of members, and particularly it lies over school holidays, and for a lot of parents, and some of our MPs are also parents, they may actually have booked holidays for that period. So
I think would the member come back to the timing of the bill, because there are processes for subbing people into select committees,
yes,
should they be needed.
But
so
the point is,
as Mr. Speaker said before me, just keep this concise around the timing, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I think it does highlight the issue that, yes, although we have the process for subbing members, but we don't have to sub those members if this bill was given the proper time for consultation, extending even just by a few weeks. It is not an unreasonable request to have the 2 non-sitting weeks not be considered as part of this and give a 4-week sitting week block to the middle of...
So this is about the bill and the actual concept of the bill and the timing, not about the lives of members around the House. So we need to be very concise. I know it's relevant to you, but it's not relevant to this motion.
But in terms of the motion here, the motion, Madam Speaker, if you wouldn't mind also clarifying that we are looking at a motion to shorten the process of the Select Committee, which my understanding is it normally has a duration of 6 months. By dropping that from 6 months to 1 month, it is significant. And as the Honourable Rachel Boyack mentioned before, it does add additional pressure to the Select Committee, in this case, the Governance Administration Select Committee. So I just simply would like to know what was the rationale behind shortening that, particularly from also the Minister for Workplace Relations of all people. I would really like to know what is the rationale for shortening it to this. And like the previous speaker has mentioned, another thing that we are looking at here is, although this is quite a simple bill, and we have spoken on this in the first reading, Madam Speaker, this bill requires public consultation. As legislature, we must give the public, and this includes both in terms of the charities, but also in terms of those preventions or communities that are trying to prevent things like gambling and addiction. They also need to be heard as part of the Select Committee process, Madam Speaker. So I think I would really like to see some reason why we need to have such a short process.
Madam Speaker,
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Madam Speaker, I move an amendment to the motion that the date in the motion be changed to 30 November 2024 and all subsequent words be removed. Madam Speaker, I move that motion because I was extremely disappointed with the Minister's explanation for why this Select Committee report back time should be shortened. In fact, there were no reasons given. She stated that the bill is a short bill, but that is not that bill that bears no rational connection whatsoever with the amount of time that it takes to deliberate on it. It's well understood in this House that when the procedures of a select committee are to be circumvented or shortened, a fulsome explanation is expected to be given by the Minister, not one in which she jumps up, basically states her wish for a shortened motion, a shortened report back time, says it's a short bill and sits back down. Gambling is an important Minister. I would absolutely, if the Minister wants to seek leave, or I will yield to you to say more on the matter if you're intending to. Do you intend to say more on the matter?
The Minister's had a call. I don't think the Minister's able to take another call in this
But
debate.
I can yield to her to answer the question. Does she wish to answer the question? No, and I'm not surprised because she can't answer the question. So here we have a Minister who basically just wants to circumvent the process without any real reason. There is no urgency in this bill. We all agree that the concept behind the bill is one that is worthy of going to Select Committee and being deliberated on. In a period of 4 weeks, NGOs, community organisations, individuals and others simply don't have the time. And who knows what period of time the Select Committee will call for submissions. It's quite likely, given that there will be drafting to do, a report to be had, deliberations to be undertaken, that it'll be a 1 week process or time frame for proceedings. So the reason I moved that motion, and I didn't move a motion that pushed it out to 6 months, it's only a couple more months, and removing those additional words. And it's another example of the Minister not really thinking. Because why does the committee have to sit while the House is sitting? Why is she depriving members of their right to sit in this House and debate on legislation because she wants to rush through a Select Committee process? That's a very genuine point that was alluded to by the Green member, that people are elected to this House to represent their constituents in this House, not to sit in select committees and look at legislation rather than being here. And as to being able to sit outside of Wellington, it's just fatuous. Why don't you look at the motion you need? This committee does not need to sit outside of Wellington, so why give it permission to sit outside of Wellington? Absolutely ridiculous. And sitting on a Friday after the House is sat, well, is it going to do that? Is there any expectation that it does that? Are you going to hope that it does that? So why didn't you write the motion you wanted? All we need is for this committee to be able to have some more time, but perhaps not the full 6 months, because perhaps this bill isn't as complex as others. But the Minister gave no reasons. She just stood up with, as they do in the ACT Party, entitled. Oh, I just want it. We've got a majority, so we're going to truncate the process, just like Paul Goldsmith did with his amendment paper. So the fact of the matter is that this bill, just like any other bill, deserves full consideration and proper consideration. And if the government is going to treat the Select Committee process as a tick box, where they're not giving it the time resources to do a good job, and one where people can have enough time to deliberate on their submissions, to actually make arrangements to turn up to Select Committee. I hope this committee will have the time to take oral submissions. I'm not sure it will, but if it does, you've got to accept people have diaries that get full up with other obligations, work and personal family obligations. How is the committee going to get oral submissions on this important issue when they're going to ring them up? Can you submit tomorrow? Of course not. People aren't at the disposal of this House at our beck and call. So it is really particularly 4 weeks. I could understand if it was 3 or 4 months, but 4 weeks is no time at all. So it's actually pretty shameful. If the minister's changed her mind and does want to make a couple of comments to answer the question, what is the real reason you're rushing this, I will yield.
And when an amendment has been moved, a member who has already spoken may speak again. That is not a must, that is a may. If the minister wishes to, she may speak again.
I'm confident, and thank you for that. That was in the back of my mind. But I'm confident that the minister will have found her backbone and will stand up and take a call on this. Because to be serious for a moment, and then I will sit down. But the New Zealand public and other parliamentarians can genuinely expect to be told real reasons. And the fact that the bill's short isn't a reason. If there is some genuine urgency, then that's maybe the case. But I don't know, they haven't been knocking on my door saying we've got a raffle that we can't do in 4 weeks' time. So perhaps the minister will take a call on my amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's my understanding the minister is going to. Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll take a short call just to suggest that I oppose the amendment to the motion that I have moved based on one very important ground, that the member did not listen correctly to my original motion, that it's my hope to provide community organisations relying on this exemption with confidence that they can continue beyond the 31st of October this year, which is the reason for wishing for the Select Committee to report back by the 10th of October so that we can have the law through this House in time for these charities. But with the time I have, I'd just also like to, if I may, respond to the member Rachel Boyack in her reason for opposing the amendment, for the motion, who suggested that, there is a difficulty here in that, it's a very, very short little bill, but it changes a lot in the law, and that's incorrect. And under the previous government, there were only a small specific number of Class 3 lotteries that were originally allowed to have this exemption. The previous government then changed it to all Class 3 lotteries. So the member is incorrect in her statement. It simply extends the temporary exemption that we currently have permanently.
I'm going to take a call from Rachel Boyack, who can, because there's been an amendment taken of the call.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to take an opportunity to take a short call on the amendment put forward by my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, and just respond to the Minister's comment around the type of change that this is, because I disagree with the Minister that actually taking something that is a temporary practice and making it permanent, that actually is a big change. And we specifically made that change during COVID when people were unable to meet in person. People were unable to stand outside supermarkets and with tickets that people may purchase, were unable to, do those usual things, going door to door. The reason we did it was that organisations like the Heart Foundation, like the Coast Guard, could not actually talk to people face to face to sell them a ticket. And so we put in place a temporary measure, and we acknowledged that that actually did produce a risk of harm for people. But that we also needed to ensure that some of our critical community organisations were able to operate their fundraising activity. Now, that situation that presented itself at the time no longer exists. So those organisations that couldn't, during COVID lockdowns, go and sell tickets to raffles outside a supermarket, which we've all walked past and purchased one, it's a good thing to do, can do that again. So I completely disagree with the member, and I'm sure this will come up during the Select Committee process, that we are not making a large change. It is a large change. We're going
so
from...
back to the timing.
I'm responding to the Minister's comments.
Yes, and you have.
And so the reason I want to take another call was to do that response, but also to say that we're supporting my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's comments to actually give us that time to have this conversation. The fact that we're debating this in the House now, I think, shows that we're going to need to have some time at Select Committee. And we'll end up in a situation where we end up in the Committee of the Whole, having to ask a lot of questions and spend a lot of time there. And actually, that's not always the most helpful time to actually have those decent, deep conversations. And the questions I will be asking when this comes forward in a detailed way is what processes are being put in place around harm minimisation. Because I think that is a valid question to ask. And we do have people that will potentially be harmed by making this permanent. So I would urge the House, and I think those members from parties that may be thinking, is this actually going to be enough time for the committee to do its work, to consider actually supporting this amendment to the motion from my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb. Thank you.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking of the amendment, we support the amendment, and I just want to clarify something, that it is our view that the essential tenet of the legislation is appropriate. We are not opposing the legislation itself, but gambling is, Madam Speaker, a pernicious public ill when poorly managed and poorly regulated. And so it is very important that in scrutinising the way in which we liberalise a gambling regime or extend it to permit what this bill does, that we thoroughly scrutinise it to protect public good, to protect the public from the harm that we know gambling causes. And I have a family that has gamblers in its past, and it is a very destructive thing when you become addicted to gambling. And so it is very right that we extend the period of the Select Committee so we can hear from those expert agencies and those experienced on how to protect the public good while allowing there to be this affording of rights. On the question of the 31st of October date, Madam Speaker, surely that deadline of the temporary order was well known by the Minister ahead of time. And surely springing it upon us now that we now have to have a completion of the hearing process by the 10th of October, report back by the 10th of October, so as to meet that 31 October deadline, that is surely information, Minister, that the Minister knew about many months ago. So why is it that only now this truncated proposal comes to the House and comes for the Select Committee's consideration and the House's consideration? So we strongly support, Madam Speaker, that the amendment that's been proposed by the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, and we support that it be extended, and we call on the members opposite and the Minister to consider that position and change their position on that and support a full Select Committee process. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment to the motion in the name of Honourable Dr Duncan Webb be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is being called for. Would the clerk please conduct a party vote?
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Darlene Tana.
1 in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question then is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Darlene Tana.
1 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The motion is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Education and Training. Education and Training Amendment Bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
I present a legislative statement on the Education and Training Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Brooke van Velden.
I move that the Education and Training Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to introduce charter schools. Charter schools can be new schools or state schools that convert to charter schools. The bill also eases the regulatory burden on early childhood centres and enables rules about daily attendance reporting. A key aspect of the charter school proposal is the establishment of an authorisation board who will be responsible for approving new charter school sponsors. They will be a board of experts from different backgrounds with knowledge of communities, education, law, finance and business. A charter school agency is already operating and will be responsible for the contracts with the sponsors who run the schools. Those contracts will be quite different from the approach that has been taken to New Zealand education under successive governments. Sponsors of charter schools will have more flexibility in how their schools are governed and run, in return for having to meet performance outcomes set out in contracts. Charter schools will have more flexibility than state schools. They will receive their funding as cash. Sponsors will be able to run a school their way so long as they are meeting their performance targets and their students are showing up and learning. This legislation also allows state schools to convert to a charter school. It's not just new applicants, brand new schools. It's also about state schools converting to a charter school. The bill also proposes to remove the network approval requirement for new early childhood education centres. The network planning requirements put up barriers to new ECE services by putting the Ministry of Education into the decision-making around where you can open an ECE centre. This decision will now be left to the people that risk their own money to start them and the parents who truly know what is best for their children. This means people spend less time on the bureaucracy of justifying their existence and more time on the empowerment about being able to do it their way. And finally, this legislation will allow the Secretary of Education to make specific rules around attendance, addressing the crisis in attendance that is threatening not only New Zealand's schools but our future, as we currently conceive ourselves as a modern, developed country with a highly educated population who went to school. As a country, we have not got to grips with who is attending school each day, so we don't know what the patterns are and we don't know why they are not attending school. We've got regulations that are old, so we're going to require attendance data from schools on a daily basis under new regulations. The bill allows the Secretary to make rules which will complement the proposed new attendance regulations. The Education and Workforce Committee deserves credit for reporting this bill back to the House with some credible and sensible amendments. The committee did not recommend any changes to the attendance rules proposals. With regard to removing the network approval requirements for ECE, the committee recommended some transitional provisions be removed as they are no longer needed. All the other changes recommended by the committee are for charter schools. While some of the recommendations made by the committee are in response to concerns or comments from submitters on the charter school proposal, there are others that are purely technical and designed to improve the operation of the charter school model. One example is the committee's proposed amendments regarding the authorisation board that oversees the performance of charter schools and approves new charter school sponsors. These amendments are intended to improve the operation of the authorisation board. The committee has also addressed some issues that submitters did not agree with. One example is the concern by some submitters around students being affected if their local state school converts and then takes on a new special character. For example, a secular school converts to become a religious school. The committee has proposed making it a condition of approval that an ordinary state school that converts and didn't have a special character before conversion cannot then take on a special character after conversion. This is to ensure students who are at the state school before conversion are not forced to go to a school that has a special character they are not fully aligned with. It also complements the bill's existing provision that ensures a state school that already has a special character, e.g. a state integrated school or a kura kaupapa Māori, must retain that special character if they convert to become a charter school. This is to ensure students are disrupted as little as possible while still allowing the converted school to have the necessary flexibility to try and improve the attendance and achievement of students when they move to the converted school. I also want to note that some submitters thought charter schools would provide more choice for parents, whānau and communities, and the improved funding flexibility would result in better outcomes for students. This is primarily because of the ability to provide more flexibility and care for more diverse needs than mainstream schools. These submitters thought charter schools would be able to tailor their governance, curriculum and operational procedures to best meet the needs of learners and address the failing student achievement and attendance levels, particularly in low socioeconomic and disadvantaged communities. There was a misunderstanding by some submitters on how the bill allows a charter school to refuse enrolment if a parent will not accept the special character of the school. The committee has proposed making this clearer by referring to any special character approved by the authorisation board. This is no different to what happens in state integrated schools, designated character schools and kura kaupapa Māori, which can deny enrolment if the parent does not accept the special character. I understand some submitters wanted more detail on how charter schools could offer distance learning. I agree with this. The committee has recommended a couple of changes to do this. This includes requiring the charter school contracts to specify how student engagement and attendance will be measured and how they will provide for pastoral care, including the online safety of students and adequate supervision arrangements for students aged under 16 years. I think this is important as there are different settings and circumstances for students learning by distance. It also requires the Minister of Education to include in the Gazette notice about the new charter school whether it will offer distance learning, and if so, whether the school's main mode of curriculum delivery will be distance learning. Some submitters were concerned about the ability of a charter school to charge property maintenance fees if they own property or used to be a state integrated school. The committee has proposed a change to limit this to converted schools that were previously a state integrated school. This means only those schools that used to charge attendance dues before they converted will, once converted, be able to charge similar fees, but called property maintenance fees. I also understand that some submitters thought charter schools should not be able to operate for a profit. The bill as introduced did not refer to this. The charter school model is about providing educators with greater autonomy and flexibility, creating diversity and choice in New Zealand's education system. Although sponsors could be entities that are profit-making, the charter school contracts will require sponsors to be accountable to meeting performance outcomes as set out in the contracts. For example, if they make a profit but fail to meet their performance outcomes, then there will be a problem the authorisation board will need to intervene on. The committee have recommended an amendment to the Local Government Rating Act 2002 so that the charter schools that are not operating for a profit are treated the same as state schools and private schools not operating for profit. These schools do not have to pay rates on land. I think this is only fair. The committee have also recommended sponsors specify in the charter school contracts if they are intending to operate for a profit or not for a profit. This will add some clarity and transparency for everyone involved. Moving on to the important role of teachers. I understand some submitters thought charter schools will undermine the teaching profession by allowing teachers without qualifications to teach and put students at risk. This is not the case. Sponsors will be able to employ either registered teachers or LAT holders who have been approved by the Teaching Council to teach. The contracts will specify what percentage of teaching positions can be filled by an LAT holder. The intention is to allow more flexibility and acknowledge that there are some very good and experienced people who can teach students but don't have teaching qualifications. The success of this flexibility in teaching positions will be measured under the performance framework as specified in the contracts. The committee has recommended some technical type changes to LAT holders in the bill following recommendations by the Teaching Council. Madam Speaker, there are many more areas of which I could speak, but given time, I just suggest that there are a range of other suggestions that the committee has proposed, which I think will improve the functioning of the bill overall. These include minor changes to provisions such as on definitions and allowing charter schools to have secondary, tertiary programs. I want to thank the committee for its work and thank the members of the public who made submissions and commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Giantonetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to start with thanking submitters on this bill. It wasn't an easy process because it was an incredibly rushed process that we went through. The first reading of this bill was on the 25th of June, so it's under 3 months since we had that first reading. Even worse, though, was that a major amendment paper 49, was released to the committee by the Associate Minister on the 23rd of July, and that made significant changes that will have implications beyond the education sector. And so I think, and that was actually at that stage only a day or 2 days before the then closing of submissions, and so we as a committee extended that by a couple of days so that people could have some time, but it wasn't enough time. And I find that very surprising when the Associate Minister, in shepherding through another piece of legislation recently, has said that the 6 months select committee process was making sure to treat the legislation with respect and dignity it deserves, and making sure that people get a real say through a proper length select committee. That's really important to me, he said. So is he saying that the education legislation isn't important? And that's certainly how it felt in this particular case. Madam Speaker, I'm going to talk on the education amendment parts that came through select committee. My colleagues will talk further on the industrial implications of what came through from that amendment paper 49, because they are huge implications, and they will, as I said, have implications beyond the education sector. I want to just start not talking about charter schools. I want to just very briefly talk about the early childhood network management repeal. Madam Speaker, we've heard from the Minister who presented the Associate Minister's statement here this afternoon that there were submitters that were in favour. I just want to point out that of 161 submissions on this part of the bill, 155 opposed it. So when we're talking about those that were in favour, that is an incredibly small percentage. It is very much came through that this is a step in the wrong direction, and it will only intensify the increasing market consolidation and dominance of a small number of large private providers, and that will be at the expense of the small local community-based early learning centres. In fact, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk about the concern that came through very clearly on the oversupply of ECE services. And Madam Speaker, I just want to read this very short part out from one of the submitters, Katrina Ferguson, who stated that she can see the impact that not having network approval in the past has caused. She sees centres that have opened next to each other or across the road from each other, creating clusters and competition, all vying for the small pool of children. And on that competition, Mana Mokopuna have said Children suffering trauma and harmful environments, if quality of provision is reduced in response to excessive competition and consequent cost reduction, will be very detrimental to our young people. And I'm really, really concerned that we're putting once again profits over the heart and the essence of quality learning, early learning provision, Madam Speaker. Most, as I said, most submitters were really, really concerned about that oversupply and saw network management as a way of reducing that supply, but also of a way of ensuring quality education. Madam Speaker, I now want to move to the charter schools part of this particular bill, which I see as an insidious attack on quality public education. Labor as a party is completely opposed to this. We have said in our differing view in the report back, Madam Speaker, that we will reserve the right to look at how this, to actually not have any more charter schools when we are back in government. The future of charter schools is only for a short time, Madam Speaker. We do not see that they add to the landscape of education whatsoever, of quality public education, and we were given that essence through the submitters that came through. Madam Speaker, of the 431 submissions on this part of the bill, 389 were opposed to it. 90.3% were opposed to this. And no, they weren't only unions. There were schools, and you should know that because you were sitting on that, not you, Madam Speaker, sorry. The member over there was sitting on that select committee and should know better. Madam Speaker, we even had the likes of the New Zealand School Boards Association who said that the work that had been done so far of the authorisation board receiving applications before this process was even through was completely wrong, and I totally agree with them. We wanted to hear we heard from submitters about the fact that we have a completely devolved education system, and that is where some of the critical and crucial elements and issues that are occurring in education happen because of that devolvement. And all this was doing, Madam Speaker, is creating a new part of the system that will not make a difference, will not make a difference to the education system at all, will not make a difference to the individual child. And Madam Speaker, many of our submitters presented much, I should say a lot of evidence and research that showed that it will not make that difference. We've heard the Minister, the Associate Minister himself, present evidence and research along the way that was proven during this process to be incredible, as in not credible, I should say. Got that one wrong, not credible. Mr Simpson, perhaps you would like to get up and show the information that would show that this would make a difference, because you will not be able to, because, Mr Simpson, the research and evidence is sitting there that shows that this will have the exact opposite response. Absolutely. Money withdrawn from the education system, as this is doing, money withdrawn from the public education system will, in the form of profits, means that that money cannot go to any other part of the education system. And we heard throughout this that the education system has many issues that are sitting within it. There are young people sitting there, neurodiverse students, who are not getting the support that they need because the resourcing is not going in at the level that it is needed. Now, if we put charter schools in place, that would only serve to help some of those students and a very tiny percentage of them. That means that we're going to have greater inequities within the system than we have ever seen before, and that is what the research shows overseas and the research that we have seen from New Zealand in the last time this failed experiment was put in place, and it was a failed experiment. Madam Speaker, one of the greatest issues that we saw during the Select Committee was once again Once again, Madam Speaker, we are not having the public scrutiny that is needed on these particular schools. The Ombudsman discussed his concern around the fact that the OIAs were not going to be, the charter schools were not going to be subject to the Official Information Act. That happened last time as well. Those issues were prevalent last time, and that we saw that in the failed experiment. But once again, this government sees that it was only right to bring back what failed last time into the bill this time. And I can only think that young people will suffer because of it. Madam Speaker, one of the areas that our teachers said time and time again was that they were really concerned over the lack of quality teaching or emphasis on quality teaching in this particular bill. Really upset with what some members were saying around this, Madam Speaker, and upset with the emphasis from the Minister during this time, thinking that anyone can teach our young people. I can tell him that not anyone can teach our young people. It is absolutely upsetting to think that we can staff a school with people with limited authority to teach, which means they don't have to have any qualifications whatsoever. They don't have to know about the pedagogy. They don't have to know about what goes on inside a young person's head. He believes that they can staff a school completely on that. Madam Speaker, we know that there have been a number of young people for whom the system has not served them well. This is not the answer to that. As I have said, this will create greater inequities within the system. Flexibility already exists. We heard from the Honourable Marion Hobbs that she was able to set up a school within the state system for Avenue School that was able to answer a lot of what this bill is already trying to fix. Madam Speaker, this is a terrible piece of legislation, and we will hear more about this throughout the next few processes it comes before the House. Thank you.
Dr. Lawrence Junan.
Tēnā koe e te mango te whare. What a time to be a parliamentarian, to witness firsthand the parallel universe that the minister is living in terms of some of the stats that was referred to. Madam Speaker, I am disappointed. I am disappointed at the way that this particular bill was approached and the way this particular bill was approached during the select committee stage. Let's start with some of the common themes of the submissions, and let's start with charter school. We have heard from multiple submitters that our existing education system in Aotearoa is already flexible enough and does not require yet another tier, yet another educational system. We have state schools, state integrated schools, specialist schools, special character schools, kura kaupapa, and private schools. We do not need another one. In fact, some have argued that our system is almost too flexible as it stands. That's the first thing. Second thing, a lack of evidence. We have consistently seen a lack of evidence both in Aotearoa and internationally that charter school as a system works. We have heard submitters from overseas, particularly from the UK, of the danger when you introduce charter schools in their form of academies, and also in terms of the orphan schools and the orphaned students that are created as a part of that system. Madam Speaker, other things that we have seen, the number of overseas interest in setting up charter schools in Aotearoa. We have heard from submitters who blatantly tell us that the only reason they're interested in setting up a charter school is because they can get public money for it. That is shocking. That is shocking, Madam Speaker, that this is the tone that educators take on how they are going to approach education in Aotearoa and how they're going to educate our future generations. Let's talk about the next thing, Madam Speaker, in terms of the process of this bill. Now, the Honourable Gentinetti has already talked about the truncated select committee process that we have seen, which meant that we rushed things through. And I thank the Education and Workforce Select Committee. I thank the chair Katie Niman, and also thank the staff who helped us through that. However, that shouldn't have been the normal process, and particularly when we had this bill going through Select Committee, the application for charter schools should not have been opened. People should not have already had to apply for it, and they're not knowing whether there's going to be any amendment. That is a presumption that we've had, that this bill is going to go through as it stands. Madam Speaker, the other thing is, as we saw, the original deadline for the Select Committee, which we decided was the 25th of July. Then on the 23rd of July, the Associate Minister released a new amendment paper number 49, with some major adjustments, which I'm sure other speakers will speak on to later. That meant that we then had to go back to those submitters saying, sorry, you already submitted, but we just released an amendment. Would you like to make an amendment to your submission? We have to adjust our timeline and deadline to accommodate the release of that amendment paper. That is not okay, Madam Speaker. That is not the process that people of Aotearoa expect from their parliament and from their government. What we see with the charter school as well, in terms of the flexibility, over and over again, is the fact that this is essentially a carve-out. This is a carve-out for the Associate Minister. This is the only way that the government was able to form a government, by pandering to what their coalition partner demands. And I have mentioned in this House before of the discrepancy and inconsistency between what the Minister of Education and what an Associate Minister of Education has stated, and their vision and direction of education in Aotearoa. Lastly, Madam Speaker, when it comes to charter schools, let's talk about the BORA implications. The Chief Ombudsman, now I don't know how often this happens, but the Chief Ombudsman himself made a submission and made an oral submission expressing his concern and the freedom of expression and the freedom of access to information on the basis that charter schools as a publicly funded institute will not be subjected to OIA. No other public funded institute does that, to my knowledge. And when we asked the Chief Ombudsman, he couldn't give a clear answer if anyone else has such privilege. That is a serious concern to the fundamental right that we have here in Aotearoa. When we heard the submission from the Youth and Children's Commission, they mentioned that our obligation under international conventions around rights to education and right for children. And then we then asked, why was there no child impact statement produced as a part of this? And there was no answer for that. So this whole process, Madam Speaker, has been incredibly disheartening, but also just incredibly negative in terms of how this government has chosen to progress their bills. Now let's move on to the second part of this, which is around ECE. We've heard from the Children and Young People's Commission around the ECE. We have heard from people. We have mentioned that there was no child impact statement. And when we asked the government, when we asked the people, this was, first of all, the network management approval process was introduced in 2023. In any other party, a number of other bills who have seen this House, they said, oh, you know what? Oh, there's not enough time for us to see how well it's going to work. Apparently, 1 year is sufficient for this particular bill and for this particular process for it to be repealed after 1 year. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, they said that this is going to be a barrier for creating of new ECE centers. Well, let me tell this House, the number of ECE centers has been approved under the network management has increased in 2023. not decreased, increased. So what is the barrier that is being referred to here, other than the fact that this is giving a carte blanche to for-profit ECA companies to privatize further at the cost of our future? Our young children should be able to live their life, should be able to be educated, and that should be the priority of our focus here in Aotearoa. If someone's like, my priority is going to be making money, it is not going to be about the children. It is not going to be about our akonga, Madam Speaker. That is a serious concern. So overall, in terms of what we have seen, with the submissions and during the Select Committee process, 90.3% of the submitters, 90.3, not most, not some, 90.3. For those of you, that is an A+ when you're in the schooling system. That is an A+ if you're looking at the GPA system at a university. That is how many percentage, that is the percentage of people who said no to this bill. 96.3% of people said no to the repeal of the ECE network management. That is not some, Madam Speaker. That is almost all of them. And that has not been acknowledged by the minister. And that has been not acknowledged by this, by the way that we have progressed this. So I do thank the submitters who have submitted on this bill. I thank to all of you who have experience, both lived experience as well as decades of work experience, who took the time out of your busy lives to make the submission. But I am also angry. I am angry for all of you who made that submission to think that your voice will be heard by this government, and it has not been heard by this government. That is shameful. What a joke of a process, Madam Speaker. So with everything that we have seen from the submitters, no, Madam Speaker, the Green Party will not support this bill.
Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I rise to take a call on the Education and Training Amendment Bill, a bill that we wholeheartedly support. Well, and I'd like to begin by thanking the people in our Select Committee, chaired by the wonderful Katie Nimmin, Deputy Chair Carl Bates, my colleague Mike Butterick, Parmjit Palmer, the Honourable Jan Sinetti, Camilla Balich, Lawrence Zunan, I think and Honourable Phil Twyford. And I'd like to, the bill came in the bill came in three parts, right? There was the first part was to do with the charter schools. The second part was around the network approval for ECE. And the final part, which has hardly been spoken of, was to do with the Secretary of Education could make rules for state schools about collecting and recording and providing attendance data. Well, I've been in this House now listening to the opposition, and it's become and listening to them, and I'm thinking, boy, they really have missed the point, have they? This is about choice, about giving parents and students choice in their education. That's what it's all about, right? This is where they forget. It's when parents go to look to where they'd like their children to go to school, they look around. And at the moment, clearly with some parents, they're struggling. Some parents are struggling to find the right school, right? And I'd like to point out, actually, we received a number of submissions. Well, I notice I've ignored the ones that were in support of. I'll give you a quote from a submission from the Maxim Institute about a long study. Guy, they're excited, aren't they? Boy, they're very excitable now. A long-running study of charter schools in the United States reached this clear verdict last year. Against a backdrop of flat performance for the nation as a whole, sound familiar? The trend of learning gains for students enrolled in charter schools is both large and positive. The most encouraging takeaway from this work by Stanford University, no less, Centre of Research is that disadvantaged students are the ones that are most likely to do better. Now, isn't that interesting? In fact, I've got some other great quotes, actually. So I've got some great... I'm going to talk to you about the New Zealand context. In fact, I'm going to give you a quote. The charter school model presented an opportunity for us to work with whānau and switch them onto learning. We provided a wraparound solution to re-engage Māori parents and their children into learning. Now, who said that? Who said that? Oh, the Honourable Willie Jackson. What a great quote. What a great man that Willie Jackson is to actually recognise the benefits of charter schools. But actually, I'll give you another quote. I'll give you another quote. Another great quote. And this quote said, the other quote said, when Labor were campaigning in 2017, talking about getting rid of them, then came up, this quote came and it said, the bottom line is, why would you stop something that is working? Why would you do that? Why? And you know who said that? The Honourable Penny Henare. What a great, see, this is the thing. And see, this is the thing, you see. They hate the fact that actually many of their own love the opportunity of charter schools, particularly the local Māori. They love the choice, they love the opportunity to be able to have set their own rules. And that is what it's about. So so I'd like to say to you all, thank you all very much, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Andy Foster.
Yeah, look, Madam Speaker, I'm going to take a short call on this one. The bill, as we've heard, is in three parts. I'm not going to talk about the ECE part, but I am going to talk about the other two parts. First of all, the one about the Secretary of Education being able to get that daily attendance data from schools. And that's really, really important now, because we know what's happened to attendance, and we know that our children cannot learn from schools if they're not actually at the schools. That's right. So knowing they're doing everything that we can to get them to school is the first and most important thing. And actually we've seen a turnaround from the frankly disastrous numbers, and I will come back to those numbers, the frankly disastrous numbers that we've seen over the last few years, and we're starting to see that turnaround because we're taking it seriously. That is really, really important. That's right. The second thing we've got to do is make sure we're teaching the right things in our schools. And again, the government is doing some great work on that, and I credit Minister Erica Stanford for that fantastic leadership that she's showing there. The other one that I want to talk about, though, is the third one. It's the most prominent one, which we've been discussing now, the establishment of charter schools. And, Madam Speaker, this has been long signalled. It's not like it's a surprise. It's an election promise that's been made through the ACT Party. It's part of a coalition agreement, and this is a government that's been really great to be able to stand up here time and time again and say this is a government which is delivering on the promises that we made to the people of New Zealand and which the people of New Zealand voted for. So we are delivering on what we said we would do. So charter schools, Madam Speaker, they are a recognition that one size doesn't fit all. And as my good colleague Grant McCullum said, it's about choice. It's about choice. I don't think there's a compulsion to attend a charter school, is there? You have to. You have to. Oh, okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, for a few people maybe, but it's not. It's about choice. It's about choice. And I really do. I hear the angst from Labor and some of its supporters around there, because this challenges the existing model, which benefits some of those supporters. Well, here are the unions there. And I've heard a lot about catastrophisation about the charter schools, and also reading the minority report to from the Select Committee, the clear threat from the Labor Party to kneecap charter schools. Oh. Question is, what about the parents and the teachers who've chosen to go to those charter schools? Don't they matter? What about those people who've chosen to go? They don't matter, clearly. What happens if they're a raging success? Actually, Jan Tonetti said that she thinks that they will increase the inequalities. Now that tends to suggest to me that she thinks they're going to work, that they're going to work better than the state system. So, but you'd still give them a chance, I think is the key message. Give them a chance. And if they're working, Madam Speaker, the Labor Party is saying, don't care if they're working, don't care if they're improving.
I've got a point of order from Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, I'll just ask you to reflect on whether it's appropriate for members to heckle from a seat that's not their own. I've observed a member, Jan Tonetti, heckling from what I believe is a seat that's not her own. Just like to ask you to reflect on that. I'm not an expert on standing orders.
I'm not sure I'll take advice, but we all swap seats after question time, so I'm not sure that it's a problem. But that if it's a problem, I'll let you know. But at this stage, I don't think it is. Carry on, Andy Foster.
thank you for that disruption to my good colleague Simon Court was more disruptive than anything that was coming from the other side. Anyway, but what we heard is that the Labor Party believes that these things could work, the charter schools could work, they could increase inequalities because they work, and yet they want to kneecap them. That is ideological and nonsensical. It makes no sense whatsoever. I do agree, the one thing I do agree with them on is the need to be more transparent. Transparency is really, really important because then you can tell whether something is working and working well. And the final thing, Madam Speaker, I want to say is, look, they would say, the opposition would say that the jury is out on charter schools. But I just want to ask the opposition to think about where our state school system is at. And our state school system has some real challenges, and obviously we're working to try and fix those. But I just want to finish off with some numbers. In the last 5 years, under the last administration, the number of staff at the Ministry of Education increased by 36%, 1,900 new staff members. And you'd think that would generate a fantastic result. But the percentage of students at school in 2022 was 46% in term 3 of 2022. In 2017, that number was 67%. So it's dropped by 50%. The achievement levels in maths, reading and writing in 2021, an ERO report found that 40% of 15-year-olds were not meeting literacy and numeracy standards for NCA Level 1. And finally, teacher capabilities in maths, because that obviously is related to that. In 2023, a quarter of New Zealand students were in schools where principals said that they had inadequate or poorly trained teaching staff, up from 16% in the previous round of testing in 2018. And that nearly half were in schools that struggled to hire teachers. So my point is, Madam Speaker, is that the Labor Party want to kneecap charter schools, and yet the real focus has got to be give them a chance. If they work better than the state system, and we need to fix the state system as well after 5 years of their mismanagement, 6 years of their mismanagement. I commend the bill to the House.
Ruling 65(1), a member may interject from any seat the member may be occupying at the time, but not while walking about. Thank you. I call Takutai Tarsh.
Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou e te whare. Tuana hau ki te tuku i ngā kōrero me ngā whakaro o te Pāti Māori, ki tēnei o ngā pire e kia nei, ko te Education and Training Amendment Bill. I was fortunate enough in the last couple of days to be at Waifetu Marae, where the 40-year celebration of the Te Māori exhibition took place. And the reason I mention it is because the Te Māori exhibition was a seminal watershed moment in the development and reclamation of Māori, of their rightful place in our own country. And what the Te Māori exhibition drove forward, was Māori determination to speak for ourselves in our own country. And subsequent to that came things like kura kaupapa Māori, whare kura, kura a iwi, whare wānanga, and a whole raft of development activities within Te Iwi Māori, which has largely led to what you would consider to be the space that Māori hold today, which was not there 40 years ago. So I stand here listening in the main, and having spent 20 years in Māori education, in whare wānanga, in ITPs, and most recently in universities. So none of this is new, none of this is revolutionary or anything like that. But the thing that really strikes me about the charter schools, the amendments to the Education and Training Amendment Bill, the thing that strikes me is you have a government who are hell-bent on standardising education, standard delivery, standardised testing. And these are all ideas that were sort of shuffled out with the last ice age. But they're determined to make that the pathway forward for education in Aotearoa. And in the same breath, from the same government, you've got a small pocket that want bespoke, specialised education delivery for 35 schools out of how many thousands?
To start with.
And so, you know, those two positions are juxtaposed. It's not really hard to see. They're juxtaposed, and it just begs the question, why? Why is it even entertained? Why is the Minister of Education, giving away $153 million that she could put in anywhere to improving the central system? Why is she giving away $153 million that she could invest in bespoke schools that already exist, like Kura Kaupapa Māori, Whare Kura, or Kura Āiwi? Why are they not $153 million concerned about the underachievement of young Māori in the mainstream system? Why can they not see that Māori medium education in Kura Kaupapa Māori, Whare Kura and Kura Āiwi have been outperforming mainstream delivery of education to Māori for more than 30 years? I can tell you why they don't know, because they don't bother to look. The evidence is lying around everywhere. It's being championed by Te Runanga Nui o ngā Kura Kaupapa Māori, by the tribunal for years and years and years, and just consistently ignored. So if they were concerned about the whānau who need better education, better access, better everything, then $153 million to Te Runanga Nui o ngā Kura Kaupapa Māori would be a great start. Thank you to that guy over there.
Set up a charter school.
It defies rational response, in any sort of ideal thinking. And this guy over here, well, he can keep running his mouth if he likes. There's absolutely no recognition of Te Tiriti o Waitangi or the place of education and the determination Māori have demonstrated over decades, paying for it ourselves. None of that's considered. So there you have it. I look forward to the next iteration of the select committees, and we'll see if we can get the old percentage up to 99% of people not supporting it. But I doubt that will matter either when it comes to talking in this place, because that seems to be how it works. But whatever, democracy, good on you, mate, you can count. Ka waiho hia e nei kōrero I konei, he tāiritanga mo te motu katoa, tēnā koe e te pika, tēnā tātou, kāre mātou e paku whakaai ki tēnei pire.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to stand for this call to represent the Green Party's strong opposition to this bill. And I guess that puts us in the A+ category, as well as the majority of submitters who oppose this bill, the vast majority, because we want to see a well-funded public education system where all students can thrive. And what we can see here is with the charter schools model, where they're going to do it their way, this path leads us to a place where the quality and consistency of education is put at risk, threatening student safety and educational outcomes by permitting unregistered and unqualified people to teach. And this bill will allow charter schools to be reintroduced into Aotearoa with all of those negatives. And this is something that we know because we've seen it happen. The government, as we've heard, has allocated $153 million for the setup of an authorisation board and agency. And that's an increased risk to part of our education system being operated for profit rather than for public good and for positive outcomes. Another part of the bill is the repeal of the network management approval process that was just introduced in 2023. Network approval exists to ensure there is consistency and sufficient checks around the suitability before an ECE centre is approved. And this would mean the removal of those checks. And what about the financial security of any potential ECE operators? It'll make it so much easier, as we've heard, for big global businesses to monopolise and privatise the sector to the detriment not only of teachers but to our students. Because the state looks after and aims to care for everyone. And that's the big difference here. That's why the Green Party opposes the Education and Training Amendment Bill and would like to comment here on three aspects: charter schools, the ECE network approval, and the overall legislative process. So we've got no specific concerns, issues with the attendance data, other than general concerns about how that data would be used. We want to see a well-funded public education system where all students are able to thrive, particularly those with diverse backgrounds. And I've got to say, my eldest son has dyslexia. We didn't lack for choice for good schools to send him to. We want all schools to be able to provide for those with diverse backgrounds or various needs. And we strongly oppose the reintroduction of charter schools on the grounds that there is no evidence, either domestically or internationally, that charter schools are a successful model for schooling. And we've heard the cherry picking of evidence, but we know from the evidence that there's no support for this model. Submitters have also raised concerns about the violations of our rights, and we've heard about the Chief Ombudsman's concern that charter schools will be cloaked in secrecy. And it was reassuring to hear from Andy Foster that there could be transparency, and they want to see transparency, but that is not what this is doing. This is not where charter schools are heading. We've heard about the emission of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We strongly oppose the repeal of the ECE network process because, considering it was only introduced in 2023, there is not sufficient time to judge whether it has been successful or not. We're concerned that while this bill is still progressing through the select committee stage, the government is already calling for applications for charter schools. They're putting everything in front. They're not respecting the process. So with 90.3% of submitters opposing charter schools and 96% of submitters opposing the repeal of the ECE network approval, the government has clearly not listened.
Mike Butterick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Isn't it great that on this side of the House we're intent on making sure we lift outcomes for our young students? Much hard work's already been done by our extremely dedicated, focused and passionate Minister of Education, Erica Stanford, and the feedback from parents has been overwhelming. And I'm delighted that the spotlight has been put on wanting improved educational outcomes for our young people. For the future hopes and dreams of this country rest on their young shoulders as much as ours. This bill, in the name of the Honourable David Seymour, allows for the introduction of charter schools. It has the potential to further lift the bar on those aspirations. And the appetite for participation, as evidenced by the number of schools interested, 78 so far and counting, shows that we're on the right track to getting educational performance back on track. This bill also enables rules for state schools about collecting, recording and providing attendance data, and simply, we want our kids at school. And regarding the ECE component of the bill, we're removing the red tape to make it easier to deliver effective, affordable and accessible early learning services to families. That is in complete contrast to the other side of the House, who would rather spend all of their time working out how to relieve those same people of their income with more taxes. I commend this bill to the House.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you.
I just want to mention too, for anyone that I was just thinking about what that rumbling was, it's actually just the vibrations coming from the building, so it's not an earth. Yeah. It's not an earthquake or anything like that. Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, here we are on the second reading of a bill that would take money out of our public school system, set up an alternative school system, and for what reason, Madam Speaker? After sitting through the Select Committee process and hearing 90% of the submissions in opposition to this move, I am still not sure. Now, I want to focus, Madam Speaker, on a couple of things in my contribution today that have arisen since the first reading of this bill. The first is really around some of the allegations that the Associate Minister has made about the relative positions of teachers and students in New Zealand. And the second is around the additional amendment paper that the Associate Minister put in just before submissions closed on this bill, which took away the rights of teachers at charter schools to be in multi-employer collective agreements, removing one of their fundamental rights as workers in this country. So first of all, I wanted to address the Associate Minister. And Madam Speaker, I am noting and with disappointment that I'm not able to address this to the Minister in person today. I know it's a convention that we don't refer to absence of members in the House, but I do note also Speaker's ruling 29.1 that suggests that when the matter is of sufficient importance, it overrides the convention of mentioning that one person is absent. So I'm relying on that today to say that the Associate Minister in this particular case needed to be here in the House to hear what submitters on this bill said. And it is with great disappointment that he is not here to listen to it, because 90% of the submissions were opposed to this bill. And some of the things that the Associate Minister is doing in this bill honestly defy logic. And I am very surprised if in their heart of hearts, the members of the National Party sitting opposite actually believe that this is a good thing. They have their Primary Minister of Education not wanting to speak to this. Why? Because they don't agree with it. Because it's a bad idea. Because we've got one minister on one hand, as other members have commented on, saying structured literacy, structured maths, no phones in schools. On the other hand, no teachers, no structured literacy, no maths, whatever phones you like. We don't know, totally unstructured. It is illogical, Madam Speaker. This entire premise of this bill defies logic and will be damaging to New Zealand's education system. And we heard in Select Committee that it will be damaging for a generation of children that are caught up in these charter schools. We heard evidence from other countries who have these charter schools to say that it takes literally an entire generation to get over the detriment that some of these schools pass. And Madam Speaker, the point I wanted to make around the Associate Minister and some of the things he has said around teachers and students. He has said that we care only about teachers. We don't care about students. Now, I don't know whether he thinks New Zealanders are stupid, Madam Speaker, but we all know that parents want to have teachers which are satisfied in their work. We want teachers to be happy, well remunerated. We want them to be in a good place to be able to teach our children. There is no us and them when it comes to teachers and students. Their interests are one and the same. And so his constant remarks around the facts that unions want certain things and they're only for teachers are offensive and blatantly wrong. And I think New Zealanders know better than to listen to that type of division, once again, from this minister within this country. Now, very importantly, in this bill, the minister has taken away a right that applies to every other employee in this country. And that is the right to, if they want to, join a union. And if all of those other union members at that particular organisation also want to, and the employer wants to, enter into a multi-employer collective agreement. This is something which is in our Employment Relations Act. It applies to everyone. It is also consistent with a lot of our international obligations which are recorded in our domestic legislation. this minister has decided unilaterally, as far as I can see, and the advice he received, there are a number of options on what he could do in relation to this. The one he went with is called the Associate Minister of Education's proposed option. So he has thought about this himself, he has put this into this bill, and the reason he has done it, Madam Speaker, is because he wants to attack teachers and he wants to attack their unions. Now, he has told us the reason that he is doing it.
We care about the children.
Well, that's exactly my point, Mr. Court. That is exactly my point. The interests of children and teachers are the same. These children and teachers are the same. There is not a teacher in this country that gets into teaching because they want to be in opposition to students. They get into teaching to help students, for the children. It is just, it doesn't even deserve a response. It's so obvious that teachers are in there to look after students. And honestly, I think some of these other members should listen to those comments and just have a bit of a reflection on whether that's really what you to be associated with. Anyway, the MECA opt-out that the Associate Minister has proposed takes away fundamental rights. And we were concerned about this. I questioned the Associate Minister at Select Committee about this particular issue. Before I had read any advice, I asked him, had you received advice on this? He said yes, he had. He said that he wasn't concerned about breaching not only our international obligations to the ILO, but our trade agreements. And I hope people are listening to this. Our international trade agreements from the UK and the EU, which protect and maintain workers' rights and require us to promote them. I was concerned about this. I asked him, he said he didn't mind, he didn't care, he was not concerned about that. He thought people could take in a complaint, but he wasn't too overly bothered about it. The next day, helpfully, we got a document which said exactly what I was concerned about. It said, and I'll quote from our report, it said that the MECA option that there is a strong misalignment with the ILO obligations and it creates a significant restrictions on parties' ability to bargain freely. If a complaint were brought to the ILO, it's likely the ILO would confirm the misalignment. This is his advice. It also said in relation to trade agreements, the European Union, EU and UK trade agreements require respect, promote and realise the fundamental rights at work and in the ILO fundamental conventions. In light of the above assessment, it follows the option is also likely to breach some of our binding FTA obligations. So there we have it. It breaches our commitments internationally. It takes rights away from our teachers. So why are we doing it, Madam Speaker? Why are we deciding to take rights away when it can jeopardise our trade agreements, which we know are so important to our producers, to our farmers, to our manufacturers in New Zealand? Why would we put this at risk for something that has obviously come from ideological opposition to the rights of unions? Now, even his arguments in response to my questioning around the reason he didn't want MECA provisions in schools do not make sense. If there is a multi-employer collective agreement, you can opt out of that by not being a member of the union, and you can have a separate agreement with your employer. So this logic that somehow charter schools won't be able to employ the best person because there's a multi-employer collective agreement simply do not make sense. None of it, Madam Speaker, makes sense at all. It is an attack on our fundamental rights. It is a risk to our international reputation. And it is something which I am disappointed the Associate Minister is not here in the House to answer to. We will continue to oppose this bill, and I would ask members opposite, those in coalition with the ACT Party that wants to see these schools in place by 2025, after having a 3-month consultation period at Select Committee, if this is really what you want to see for the future of our country and our children. Institutions that you have no control over, no teachers, no scrutiny of what they're taught. They don't have to teach the curriculum. No control, and a situation where if there is only one school in your area and David Seymour decides that that school should be a charter school and invites you to apply to become a charter school, then your child has no option, if it's zoned for it, to attend a charter school. And that might be not what you want. You might actually want your child to be taught by teachers, which I think is reasonable, and the New Zealand curriculum. This takes away choice. It is a bad bill, and I do not commend it to the House.
Yeah, well said.
Nancy Liu.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the second reading of the Education and Training Amendment Bill because, unlike the opposition, they said it's not making sense, but it's making a whole lot of sense to me. I read the bill, I've read a lot of the news, I've read feedbacks, I've read comments. It makes a whole lot of sense for me because, you know what? I am also a mother of young children. I've been thinking hard and long for the education of my children. And guess what? I stood for office, I ran in the election because I wanted the better future for my two children. So, this bill is about giving more choices and options for parents, for teachers, for schools and for children to find the best for what they have. And as a young mother of two children who are going through ECE at the moment, I have to say I am so pleased to hear, particularly from the first speaker of this bill, the decision to be made by the people who invest, who take risk. Decisions for parents of the young children who send their children to ECE. It is not for bureaucracies to make those decisions. That is exactly the principle behind setting up charter schools. It is for parents to choose what suits them the best. For that, I commend this bill to the House.
Tangi Utikiri.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I was not a member of the Select Committee, however I have read the committee's report and I take up the comments that have been made by colleagues about this being a rushed process in terms of the time that was allotted to consider this bill. There are three components and I want to focus my contribution this afternoon, Madam Speaker, in the area of education largely. Because we all know that actually charter schools have been around for some time, but we also know that they are a failed experiment. They are an absolute failed experiment. We've heard opposite already members talk about the views of the Honourable Willie Jackson, the views of the Honourable Penny Hanare. Well, I can confirm that they are opposed to this particular bill. Members opposite can say whatever they like, but the reality remains that those two members will vote in opposition to this particular bill. This is a failed experiment and it did not work. Madam Speaker, this is being advanced by government and specifically by the minister who is responsible, a minister who has a one-track mind when it comes to this piece of legislation. If we step back and have a look at the horrors, the disappointment that will be inflicted upon communities all around this country as a result of this bill, there are many things that we can talk about. I want to touch on a few. This issue of charter schools being reintroduced, legitimised as an option into communities means that teachers can basically teach whatever they want. That's right. They can teach whatever they want. Where there have been specific moves to ensure that actually our tamariki, our akonga that are coming through the various learning establishments in this country have a real strong foundation about New Zealand history, about New Zealand context, about what is appropriate, what it means to live in Aotearoa New Zealand, is something that this particular minister simply wants to undo. It's also a particular opportunity that doesn't mean that any registered teachers necessarily need to be involved in this. Now, it is shocking. As someone who was a registered teacher for quite some time, I know that being a teacher brings obligations. Certainly it brings opportunities. The reason why all teachers in this country get involved is because of a love of learning, a passion for young people, ensuring that actually you can get the best out of them as they go about their schooling life. Making sure that there is a minimum standard around what is a code of conduct, what is a minimum standard that families, when they send someone off to a learning centre, whatever that might be, can expect from the adults and the practitioners that are there spending time with them during the day, is actually not too much to ask. And it's something that exists in our public education sector and something that we should all value. But this is a minister, this is a government that simply wants to wipe that aside and say it's all right, actually, as long as someone is going to be in a learning environment who wants to teach anything. It doesn't matter if they're not registered. It doesn't matter if they sign up to a particular code of professional responsibility, because this is something that is going to benefit the deep, big pockets of corporates.
That's right.
That is going to be the winner at the end of the day in terms of charter schools. It's going to be the corporates. It's going to be those that are going to make profit rather than actually get anything out of the learning opportunities that is so important for the tamariki of this future. And that is absolutely appalling. An appalling position that this is a government that is actually signalling to not just New Zealand but to the rest of the world that that's okay. We're all right with that. Well, members on this side of the House are not all right with that, and we will continue to be opposed to that. The important thing, Madam Speaker, is that the public education system is there for everyone. In order for it to do its job, it needs to be resourced. This move to allowing charter schools will basically strip out more than $150 million that could otherwise be utilised for the state sector. That could be utilised for a continuation of the Healthy Lunches in Schools program. Many members all around the House will see the significant success that has created and supported in their communities. It would continue at the expense of charter schools. Or building projects could be continued. This is a government and a minister that simply has its priorities in all the wrong places. Now, I know my colleague has referred to the fact that the minister was not here today. He's in Palmerston North. I hope that he gets the same experience that he went to talk about attendance in other schools, and that is one that is not supportive of this bill.
Got a point of order from Casey Costello.
This was raised as, quote, the members had previously talked about a member being commented on their absence. There was a strong case put forward previously as why that was important to comment. I think we've gone way past that, and I think the member should be reconsider that.
Speaking to the point of order.
Yeah, could speak to the point of order. Tangi Utikere.
Thank you. My colleague Camilla Ballich identified and relied on Speaker's ruling 29.1, which simply indicated that the significance of this issue being progressed by the House at the moment, the convention would be that that particular issue is set aside given the gravity of what is being passed. Now, that was not challenged at the time.
I accepted that at the time, and I accept that the member has spoken to the fact that the minister's not here and where he is, and you're expecting that in relation to this bill, the feedback that he was getting?
Correct.
Right, so if we could just finish that line and then we'll move back to the bill.
Thank you. So his time in Palmerston North...
Madam Speaker, further point of order.
A further point of order from Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, I think the line that the member was going down when describing another member, the reception that they received in the last time they were in Palmerston North and hoping it would happen again, I do think when we reflect on the circumstances when a member of Parliament was put in a situation where they might have been at physical risk, and this member in the House has suggested it would be good if it happened again. I would, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to finish. I'd just like to reflect that making statements like that might bring disorder to the House, and maybe the member should...
I don't think that was the intention of the member who was speaking. The member was just hoping that the minister was going to get some messages that was portraying his messages that he's speaking about now, which he's going to carry on with. Thank you.
And Madam Speaker, I hope that the minister does receive a reception that indicates a very strong message that this is not the direction that this government should be heading in.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is a great piece of legislation. It's a great day for New Zealand, and particularly one of the things that I really looked at when I saw how many people had applied to have charter schools in New Zealand, and they had exceeded the demand on offer, and there were 78 applications already to open new charter schools or to convert existing state schools to charter schools. So I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Phil Twyford.
Madam Speaker, after sitting through the submissions, the advice from officials and the debates about this charter schools bill, my conclusion is that this is a very expensive, taxpayer-funded lab experiment in the privatisation, the de-unionisation and the dumbing down of our education system. And I say for the folks at home who are watching, $153 million of your taxes is being spent on this weird ideological experiment of the ACT Party. That is $153 million that could be spent on the things that our schools desperately need. Now, there isn't a school in this country that is not crying out for more teacher hours, teacher aides and learning support coordinators to help them deal with the large number of kids showing up to school these days with learning challenges and neurodiverse learning needs. The money could be spent on something really worthwhile like that, but it is actually being blown on this strange ideological experiment. This bill, it sits alongside the divisive and nasty and undemocratic Treaty Principles Bill that the ACT Party has brought to this Parliament, alongside the making of military-style semi-automatic weapons more accessible in our communities. These projects are the price of ACT's 8% of the vote in the last election being delivered to the National Party coalition. But it is the people of New Zealand that are paying the price because of this nutty fringe stuff that the ACT Party are bringing to the House with the connivance of the National Party. And in spite of the juvenile hooting and hollering that we've seen from the National Party benches during this debate, I actually don't think, Mr. Speaker, that they care very much for this legislation. It's all superficial political stuff. They don't really care for it. And the reason I say that is that the National Party's Education Minister has a completely different approach to the portfolio than David Seymour. All of the policies and all of Erica Stanford's public statements have been about the need to impose more uniform structure and discipline on the public schooling system. It's all there in black and white. All of the initiatives that have been announced have been about the minister demanding compliance from our school system with the dictates of this government, whether it's structured literacy, structured maths, or no cell phones in schools. But somehow it's okay that this bill carves out a privatised part of our public education system and says to those schools, don't worry, you don't have to employ teachers that have had any training, any certification. You don't have to actually teach the curriculum. Do whatever you like. And by the way, $153 million of taxpayers' money and no public scrutiny or accountability through the Official Information Act. How can that possibly be justified? And I ask the members on that side of the House, where are your principles? Where is your commitment to good governance? Was 8% of the vote enough to make you sell them down the river? Because that's what you've done. $153 million, no public accountability, and these schools that can be run for private profit, extracting a surplus from our communities, from the teachers of our students, that won't actually be reinvested back into our education system, but will go into the pockets of the people running these private schools. Now, I can see from the members opposite, they don't really believe in this bill. They don't believe in this policy, but they are simply going along with it for political expediency. I'm very glad, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues Jan Tinetti and Camilla Bellich have spoken so eloquently this afternoon, critiquing this bill, not only the education aspects, but also the shameful taking away of the human rights of our teachers in contravention of the commitments that this country made internationally at the ILO and in our trade agreements with the EU and the UK. this government, for political expediency, is prepared to ride roughshod over those commitments and deny teachers fundamental human rights to bargain collectively, in this case through multi-employer collective agreements. It's absolutely shameful. But the thing that should really depress the members opposite is the fact that there is not a skerrick of evidence to support the political claims that are at the basis of this bill. It is not so much evidence-based policy making, it is policy-based evidence making. There is no evidence. There is no evidence to support the suggestion in this bill that the charter school model will give more flexibility to schools and that somehow that will improve educational achievement. It won't. And we heard at the Select Committee that one of New Zealand's most celebrated educational researchers, John Hattie, wrote that it's ironic that a popular solution to claims about failing schools is to invent new forms of schools. But given that the variance in student achievement between schools is small relative to the variance within schools, it is folly to believe that a solution lies in different forms of schools. The evidence that we heard at the Select Committee went on to say there is little evidence that policies aimed at increasing school choice make any meaningful difference to aggregate student achievement. It's all there, most of it in peer-reviewed OECD data. There is no evidential basis for the claims that the government and that the Associate Minister has been making. We also heard at the Select Committee that Sweden, which had a 30-year experiment with charter schools, 30-year experiment, has been declared a system failure by the Swedish Minister of Education because it's contributed to growing inequalities within the Swedish schooling system and considerable dissatisfaction of parents. What's more, the Ministry of Education's own analysis of the last time charter schools were imposed on New Zealand students and their families between 2014 and 2018, the Ministry of Education's own report says there was no quantifiable increase in student achievement attributable to charter schools during that time. So it's a very, very strange inconsistency that this government is willing, in every other piece of its education policy, to impose structure and dictate to schools what they should do. But in this instance, this weird ideological experiment, they are prepared to throw all the evidence out the window and allow the ACT Party to have this $153 million indulgence at the expense of our students and their learning opportunities. The main innovation that the charter school experiment offers is governance. There is nothing that will offer there's no suggestion that there's any evidence that will actually offer any innovation or change that will make a difference to learning outcomes. How is the governance of a school going to actually improve, or the employment relations policies going to improve the learning outcomes of our students? It is very, very weird. Mr. Speaker, instead of actually going ahead with this bill, it's our view that they should throw this bill out now, or in the committee stage, and instead address the core issues that our public education system is dealing with. No one is suggesting that New Zealand's public education system is perfect. We all know it has challenges. Most of those challenges are actually due to lack of funding. There is clearly a problem of underachievement among many of our students, and particularly Māori and Pacifica students are struggling. We need as a country to find ways to address that underachievement and help those young people do well in our education system. But this bill offers nothing to do that. Instead, it is a weird and expensive ideological experiment. It should not proceed.
Speaker.
Katie Lemon.
Mr Speaker, I'm really pleased to be able to wrap this second reading up on behalf of the government. As the chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'd really like to firstly acknowledge the work of the committee. Contrary to what it might sound, actually this committee heard people, they listened carefully, they made some smart amendments, they asked insightful questions of officials, and they worked through realistic changes.
What a good committee.
I want to thank the committee for their work on this, and I want to thank members, particularly of the government side, for their views tonight or this afternoon. Firstly, I just want to address the misrepresentation of this party, members of this party, from the other side. To say that we don't truly believe in this is nothing other than rubbish.
An outrage.
Actually, while charter schools and no solution in education is a silver bullet, they are centres of innovation, and they give people chance, they give people choice, where the current system does not work for them. And you know what? I hear from people around the country, and especially around my electorate in Napier, who want a different option.
Give them a chance.
And if we gave charter schools a chance,
Give Hope a chance.
when we brought them in last time, we wouldn't be sitting here calling them an experiment again. We would have seen the results, and we would have seen what they've done. And I just want to acknowledge my good friend Greg Fleming and a colleague of his who has studied, he has done his PhD in the outcomes of charter schools. He has studied at the ANU in Canberra, and he has brought that knowledge back to New Zealand. And there is proof that they are brilliant institutions of innovation that do things differently. Of course it's not going to be the same as the state school system, because that's the point. They are different. Otherwise, why would we be bringing this choice in? So with that, Mr Speaker, I am pleased to say that at the second reading, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments recommended by the Education and Workforce Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Darlene Tana.
1 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Darlene Tana.
1 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed.
Education and Training Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Smoke-free environments and regulated products, Amendment Bill number 2, first reading.
Mr Speaker,
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I present a legislative statement on the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2 be now read a first time. I nominate the Health Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 31 October 2024 and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting, except during oral questions, during any evening on a day on which there has been a sitting of the House, on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House, and outside the Wellington area despite Standing Orders 193, 195 and 196. Mr Speaker, youth vaping in New Zealand is too high and the government is focused on changing the regulatory settings to better protect our young people. The government is also committed to reducing smoking rates and ensuring that people have the practical tools and support to quit smoking, including access to vapes. The vaping reforms proposed in this bill sit within the government's commitment to achieving the smoke-free 2025 goals. Many people have switched from smoking to vaping. That has been a contributing factor to recent rapid reductions in smoking rates, with nearly 230,000 people quitting smoking in the last 3 years. We are committed to sustaining that momentum, and vapes must continue to be available as a cessation tool for adult smokers. However, the number of young people vaping remains a concern. Vapes should not be targeted towards children and young people, and they certainly shouldn't be sold to them. Mr Speaker, that is what this bill aims to stop. The bill makes 4 main changes to tackle youth vaping. Firstly, it bans the manufacture, sale, supply and distribution of disposable vapes. Disposable vapes are disproportionately used by children and young people. Banning disposable vapes will ensure that vape products that have been targeted at young people and that are the most popular among this group are removed from the New Zealand retail market. This government is committed to removing disposables as a way to deter young people from vaping. As a consequence, we have taken a strong position on the products that will be banned under this bill. I want to re-emphasise, however, that we want legislation that works. I'd repeat again, we want legislation that works to protect young people and that allows access to effective vaping products to help smokers quit. It will be important that those with an interest in both areas, including the Stop Smoking services, engage with the Select Committee process. The second feature of the bill is that it increases penalties for unlawful sale of regulated products to minors. It is apparent that the current penalty levels for breaching the prohibition on selling to minors are not a sufficiently strong deterrent compared to the potential gains for non-compliance, and that this has been coupled with low levels of enforcement capability. The government is significantly increasing the penalties for illegal sales of vaping, tobacco and other regulated products to our young people. The maximum fine for selling vapes or other regulated products to under 18s will increase from $10,000 to $100,000. The penalty for infringement offences will rise from $500 to $1,000 for individuals and to $2,000 for businesses. Compliance activities should be targeted at businesses that are non-compliant, not the young shop assistants who often get caught in the middle. Mr Speaker, these tougher penalties will be backed by a far greater enforcement capability, with 16 dedicated smoking and vaping officers to be in place by December. The third change the bill introduced is imposing retail visibility restrictions for vaping products. We have all seen the way vape shops display and it is likely that the marketing and visibility of vaping products has contributed to youth uptake. Due to the normalisation of vaping, instead of vaping being seen as a harm reduction tool for people who smoke. The government's approach is to ensure vapes are not publicly displayed in a manner that appears to be targeting youth. This means that they will not be allowed to be visible from outside specialist vape retailers and inside stores that people under the age of 18 are allowed to enter, such as dairies, supermarkets and petrol stations. Additionally, for those stores with websites, online advertising will be restricted to a list of names and prices. Additionally, finally, the bill includes early childhood education centres and the proximity restrictions for specialist vape retailers. For those applying to set up a specialist vape retail store, this means that in addition to it needing to be at least 300 metres from a marae and a school, new applications will also need the store to be at least 100 metres from an early childhood education centre. With nearly 4,500 ECEs around New Zealand, this will further restrict the places specialist vape retailers can establish. The government is committed to achieving smoke-free 2025 and to reducing youth vaping. This bill represents the first tranche of government changes to ensure we have the right settings to protect our young people from vaping, whilst continuing to support adult smokers to quit by maintaining access to vapes as a smoking cessation tool, and the Select Committee process is important to ensuring we maintain the excellent progress in reducing smoking rates. This bill needs to progress now so that the changes I believe will have significant impact on reducing vaping come into force as soon as possible. In the second tranche of work, I am considering ways to strengthen how we regulate smoked tobacco, vaping and other nicotine products. This includes licensing schemes, how regulations are balanced between products and the role of alternative products to smoking. Alongside this legislative focus work, smoking cessation services will remain a crucial part of our efforts to achieve smoke-free 2025, and I want to see improved support for our young people to stop vaping. Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of noise in this space, which has been distracting from sensible conversations about the work that we want to achieve. This bill is another important step in New Zealand vaping regulation that is necessary to protect children and young people and is part of the government's commitment to doing so. I look forward to the Health Committee's consideration of the bill and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
Ingrid Leary.
Well, there has been a lot of noise in this space, Mr. Speaker, because New Zealanders want to have our smoke-free generation back, and we want to have our young people protected and supported by independent governance and decision-making, and not by, pardon the pun, the smoke and mirrors that is coming from the other side. From ministers who have talked about nicotine as being as harmful as caffeine, from ministers who have cut the tax on heated tobacco products by 50%, by ministers who have stretched out the smoke-free goal for our country that was set by the national government in 2011 from 2025, so close, to now 2061 as a direct result of the actions that they have taken to make sure that they support their big tobacco friends. By ministers who have failed to tell their cabinet colleagues about the $46 billion that the smoke-free generation and that the Labor government's policies would have resulted in had they not come along and wiped them all away. And we are now expected to swallow the excuse that they want to move and truncate the Select Committee process forward because they're committed to the smoke-free and to supporting our young people. Well, all I can say to that, Mr. Speaker, is yeah, right. So we will support this bill, and it was very cautiously, because it is at best an incremental bill. But that caution, which was a big toe in the right direction, is now a nail on the big toe in the right direction, because this bill does not go far enough to support our young people. Mr. Speaker, we know that vaping is less harmful than nicotine, but it is still harmful. We know that 5,000 people per year in New Zealand die of smoking and that there are still 330,000 smokers in New Zealand. And yes, we do want to support them from getting off cigarettes, but we need more effective regulations. We need more implementation and more effective monitoring. And most of all, we need population measures that move the distribution of the focus of smoke-free and vape-free New Zealand rather than simply targeting the high end. There is a wealth of evidence that the Health Committee has received lately from excellent researchers such as Aspire Aotearoa and also Vape-Free Kids New Zealand, which shows that distribution measures are far more effective in achieving the things that the Minister says she wants to achieve. And Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the mental health element of this. As a mental health spokesperson for the opposition, the young people have described to our committee the predatory environment of the vaping companies. What we see in this bill are a few fiddling around the edges to make it look like this government is committed to doing something. We know there are a whole lot of organisations out there who are passionately interested in this, who want to share their thoughts, their evidence and their experience. And the Minister has just told us this afternoon that they're probably not going to have much chance to do that because of the truncated process. Mr. Speaker, there are many things to do with the restrictions that we could include, but I want to focus my comments about enforcement because the committee heard evidence that in the last 2 years there has only been one prosecution for a vape retailer that has sold to youth. We have seen VANs have given us an excellent submission about the conflicting advice that it has received from the Ministry of Health on how to understand the regulation, so there needs to be a simplification around that. We need to see much more powerful enforcement processes, such as being able to seize illegal vape products or perhaps issue instant fines. Now, I'm sure these are the types of submissions that we would hear in the Select Committee if people have enough time to be heard, but I find it really rich to take on board that this government is truly committed to helping our kids get off vapes. We've seen the mental health harm that it causes. We have seen and heard their anxiety about vaping. They really want to be free of this, and this piece of legislation doesn't go nearly far enough. So while we are cautiously supporting it, Mr. Speaker, we're deeply disappointed at the truncated Select Committee period. We're deeply disappointed that we were only told about that this afternoon, and I would invite everybody watching or listening this debate to think very carefully about what are the motivations of this government when it comes to giving tax cuts to tobacco companies and introducing incremental, fiddly-biddly little bills like this one that don't go nearly far enough.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
At the moment, I stand on behalf of the Green Party to speak to the first reading of the Smoke-Free Environment and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2. And we also cautiously support this bill to Select Committee as well. So to line out some of the reasoning for that, and of course, broadly speaking, this bill is looking at limiting, not necessarily limiting the number of people who would vape, but what we are doing is banning the manufacturing, sale, supply, and distribution of disposable vapes, not necessarily non-disposable vapes. But there are also other elements of this which is really important and catching up to the existing legislation around the display of products, the display of tobacco products that is visible from a store window or etc. And now it is going to be applicable here to vaping products as well. Tidying up other areas such as not allowing to sell vaping products to under 18-year-olds, which is incredibly important, but also including some of the ECE center elements in terms of proximity restrictions. But Mr. Speaker, for this bill, there are definitely concerns on top of that. And I mentioned one of the concerns already, which is although this puts a ban on disposable vapes, which is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't ban or limit in terms of non-disposable vapes. And for one, it doesn't limit the number of retailers who potentially will be selling vaping products, which is, I would assume, contributing to the broader concern or the broader target of a smoke-free Aotearoa. Now, the other thing that we see is, when we are looking at some of these alternatives, such as vape or even including HTP, heated tobacco products, often it is being portrayed as a way of reducing or moving people away from smoking cigarettes or smoking tobacco. However, what we have seen in some of the latest data is that a lot of people who do take up vaping has never smoked before. We have seen an increase in terms of young people who take up vaping. And the problem with that is, Mr. Speaker, we simply do not know some of the long-term impact when it comes to vaping. And one of the particular area that may not be immediately obvious is the interaction between flavoring and health concerns. And this is something that has been highlighted to us recently, that certain flavoring, when heated, may produce or may create certain effects in our body, some which may be considered carcinogenic. So there's still a lot more work that needs to be done in this area when we're looking at the long-term effect to our health when it comes to vaping. Now, looking at some of the other elements that we're looking at here as well is, when we are looking at the first smoke-free environments and regulatory products amendment bill, we were incredibly disappointed at some of the moving away of our target when it comes to achieving smoke-free Aotearoa. And most recently, we have also seen similar move when it comes to HTPs and heated tobacco products as well. And I think in general what we would like to see is that the government is going to take a really bold and visionary plan when it comes to achieving a smoke-free Aotearoa, regardless if it is going to be cigarette, tobacco, regardless if it's going to be heated tobacco products, regardless if it's going to be vapes, and take a more holistic approach and a more long-term approach when we're looking at these health effects. And I'm really hoping that when this particular bill goes to the select committee, that we will be able to hear from the public and from the health experts about some of these concerns. And I would really hope, as part of that, and I genuinely do hope this, that we are able to potentially expand the remit or expand the boundaries of this regulation or this amendment bill to a much broader context that includes some of the other things I mentioned, such as limiting the number of retailers and such as looking at some of the restrictions around non-disposable vaping products as well.
Mr. Speaker.
Simon Court.
Mr. Speaker, the problem that vaping tries to assist us in solving is that smoking kills and makes people sick. And vaping is a much healthier alternative. The research shows that nicotine is no more harmful than caffeine. But cigarette tar is very harmful. And that's why vaping or inhaling water vapour is a much preferable alternative to smoking cigarettes. But the problem this bill tries to solve is that parents and principals have told us that they do not want to see children and young people having access to vaping, and that they want the government to take action to make it far harder to access those products, and that the penalties should be significantly increased. And that's what this bill intends to do, to increase the penalties for selling these regulated products, vapes, to minors, to reflect the seriousness of that offence, and to reduce the visibility and access of vaping products to children and young people. This bill will remove products from the market that have been particularly attractive to young people, And it will amend the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Act by banning the manufacture, sale, supply and distribution of disposable vapes, increasing penalties and including early childhood education centres and the proximity restrictions for specialty vape retailers. The benefits of this policy and legislative change is that vapes will still be widely available for those people who choose to use them, who are adults 18 and over, in order to reduce the harm that smoking causes them. But they will not be widely available to children and young people, and that is what this bill aims to achieve. ACT is proud to support this bill. Congratulations, Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
It gives me great pleasure to stand and support this bill. It has really some key strong objectives, and that is to remove vaping products that are popular with young people from the market, noting that part of the appeal of these products to youth is that they're inexpensive, brightly coloured and easy to conceal. The second thing is to improve the retail compliance with the existing prohibition on sales to minor. Mr. Speaker, if no action is taken, it is likely that these cheap disposable vaping products will continue to find their way into the hands of young people. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Carlos Chung.
I rise in this House this afternoon to support this bill as a small steps in the right direction towards reducing the harm impact of vaping. Last week, I hosted Mount Roskill's first youth vaping awareness seminar. More than 60 concerned parents and community members come together to listen to the seminar and raise their concern. Teachers, parents and principals are genuinely concerned about the numbers of young people vaping or having access to vape. And we believe that this bill will help us to make it harder for particular young people to access vapes. For me, I'm looking forward to see this bill going through the select committee process. I'm looking forward to hear further suggestions to ensure we do everything we reasonably can to reduce youth vaping. And finally, I look forward to a day where I no longer hear the parents of 8 years old that their children is vaping. I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Penny Hanari.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. I think about the changes that have been made with respect to smoking in this country, sir, and one needs only look into one's own house to see just how far we've come. And when I say one's own house, I don't mean my personal house or my whānau. I actually mean Parliament. Once upon a time, you could smoke in Parliament. And in fact, our Grand Hall used to be the billiard room. And for our members back in the day, and when my great-grandfather was here as an MP, they'd file out the door when the bells rung, and they'd pop into the billiard room, have a smoke, crack a brandy. And in fact, it was so bad that it was a yellow, thick stain at the top. It was a ring around the room, because that's just how much people smoked. That's the harmful impact of tobacco. And it was clear for everybody to see, yet they still did it. And that's the point we're making here about vaping. I can tell you, after having spent a week on the marae at Tūrangawaiwai, it felt like at some point in time you were in Rotorua, because it looked like geysers all across the street as people vaped. You walk along and you're walking behind somebody and you don't get washed with a plume of smoke anymore. You get washed with a plume of vapour that smells like bubblegum, or it smells like blueberry, or it smells like peaches. And while that might be appealing to some, simply saying that it's just water vapour, when the science hasn't fully shown the true impact of vaping right around the world, and in fact, you need only a quick Google search or read some of the more in-depth research that's coming out of Otago at the moment showing the impact on lungs of vaping. And the point we're making on this side of the House is, why don't we do this and do it properly? Why don't we go all the way? Why don't we wash the tobacco stain that's on the wall of this House off forever and get it done? This is the opportunity to do it, and we're not quite doing it. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that as we look across the country, and I for one in Auckland, celebrated very recently as the LAPs, or the local alcohol policies in Auckland, have finally recognised that there are far too many alcohol stores in South Auckland, so let's actually change the settings and the plan to make sure that we're not opening more closer to schools in poorer socio-economic communities. Finally, after 15, maybe 20 years since the well-intended start of those LAPs came in, do we have sense in Auckland around alcohol? Well, we're looking to do the same with vaping. So why don't we go harder? And you know, if I think of a little place where I come from in the far north, a place called Panguru. Beautiful place, by the way. Everyone in the house who quotes Dame Whina Cooper, that's where she's from. So, if you go to Panguru, on the one street within a 300-metre stretch is the school, the marae, the kohanga reo, and the only shop for miles. What does that mean? With all the well-intended things about saying, let's stop Māoris from smoking, let's give them the opportunity to vape, okay? So then what are these people going to do? Why isn't this clearer? Why can't we just go all out and do it properly? Make sure that we're not just simply supporting more bad behaviour. Smokers will tell you, it isn't just the addiction to nicotine, it's the habitual addiction of the hand to the mouth. And guess what happens? You still do the same when you vape. And that's the problem we have here. We need to make sure that we stop this from getting into the hands of our young people. So while I appreciate that in this particular bill, there are harsh penalties for those that break these rules, yep, I'm okay with that. But what we're not doing is actually sending a clear message to families in New Zealand that smoking is no good. That smoking is no good. That smoking and vaping is no good, Mr. Simon Court. It's no good. And simply saying it's water vapour is absolute garbage. A simple Google search will show the impacts on lungs of vaping. And we're doing that to our young people. You know, all of us come to this place to make sure that we can make positive changes. I urge, as this bill continues to progress, let's make sure we beef it up. Let's make sure we go all the way. That's something we can all buy into. And let's make that happen. Let's show this country a very clear pathway and a commitment to making sure that we are smoke-free very soon.
Mr. Speaker.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's really great to speak in support of this bill. It's making some 4 pragmatic and reasonable changes. It's banning the manufacture, sale, supply and distribution of disposable vapes, increasing penalties for unlawful sales of regulated products to minors, imposing retail visibility restrictions for vaping products, including early childhood education centres and proximity restrictions for specialist vape retailers. This is good for the safety of the New Zealand public. This is good for our next generations that are coming through, and I commend it to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this stage we'll lend our tentative support to this bill clearing the first reading hurdle, but it is disappointing to hear of the possibility that this will be subjected to a truncated select committee process, but we will leave that to the Minister to move that if that's what she desires, and we'll deal with that when we have an opportunity to share our views around the House on that. It is interesting though, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the content of this bill that's been introduced, it does seem to be at odds actually with the approach that the government had taken in its response to effectively cancelling a smoke-free generation. That's what this government, the members on this side of the House did previously, and within their first 100 days they went about effectively dismantling that opportunity for the first time in New Zealand's history to have a smoke-free generation coming through the ranks. And so it is somewhat a little bit ironic and displaced that we are considering a bill that has a number of measures that seems to be at odds with the approach that this track record for this government has adopted to date. Mr. Speaker, when the smoke-free generation legislation was before the Parliament last year, I had the privilege of being the chair of the Health Committee at the time. And as I have a look through this bill that's currently in front of us, many of the issues that are contained in them, and then some, were front and centre for the committee at the time as they were considering a number of things. My colleague, the Honourable Pene Henare, has talked about experiences that I'm sure all of us have had, if not in our own families, in our own communities. I think about the invitation that some vaping products do actually share towards younger generations, things like candy floss, things like unicorn milk. Now, who wants that? I mean, who is that appealing to? It's very clear that it is appealing to our rangatahi, a younger... What's that, Mr. Cook? You didn't hear it. I said unicorn milk and candy floss. My colleague says bubble gum, those sorts of things, like ACT Party Gospel and Vision. But these are the sorts of things that did come up. And it's interesting that, you know, this is a bill that seeks to touch on an issue that is so important to communities all around this country. So important to the rangatahi in electorates all around the country. I think of Manukura in the last term when I visited more than once to talk about what are the issues that matter most to you. Top of the list was vaping, access to vaping, the pressures that they received from peers around the need to do that. It was very difficult actually for many to stand up and say, actually it's so easy to resist that urge. That's not the experience, that's not the case. And so it is important that as this bill progresses beyond first reading, that we hear from those very people who want to share their experiences and their views with us. This bill will look at the regulatory framework, but more specifically, try and, I guess, tackle some of the issues that are really important in terms of protecting our rangatahi and our young people. Things like banning some aspects of disposable vapes, not the non-disposable type, but the proposed action around disposable vapes. Things like a new penalty regime that would introduce some changes that would basically toughen up some of the penalties as they apply to those that would be responsible for sale and supply or manufacturing and the like. Also, a really important aspect is the whole visibility thing. We all have places in our own communities, I'm sure, where we walk past and it's an out-of-sight sort of place, ensuring that those particular venues and locations are not actually placed in sensitive areas. And one of the good things about this bill is it seeks to introduce early childhood education centres as part of that sensitive definition. Actually, it's one good thing that this government are actually doing for the ECE sector. We've already heard today that they're clearly doing everything else. It's not enough, but it is a start. And so, ensuring that early childhood education centres are part of the consideration as to where particular retailers would not be able to be based. Very similar, actually, to the approach to sensitive sites for alcohol. There are many comparisons, and as we dealt with this last Parliament, we heard from those that made some direct comparisons with alcohol. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some components of this bill that are very, very important. It doesn't go far enough in our view, and so Select Committee will be a chance to tease some of that, and it is disappointing. But at this stage, it looks as though we will clear that first reading hurdle by support on this side of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Cameron Brewer.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, what we've heard across the House today is amazing, really amazing. We've heard that they are deeply disappointed that we are rushing through this anti-vaping legislation. We've heard about unicorn milk. We've heard that Labor are deeply disappointed that the bill doesn't go far enough. Well, what? And mind the French, what the hell did they do for 6 years? What did they do about vaping for 6 years? With 65 MPs. 65 MPs. The BBC reported on the 13th of August last year, New Zealand's vaping crisis. Data showed that under Labor, the number of teenagers in New Zealand who vaped regularly tripled. It tripled between 2019 and 2021, all under Labor, and that under the previous Labor government, the number of vape shops in New Zealand exploded to 7,500. Like everything else, Mr. Speaker, Labor created the youth vaping crisis, and this government is here to fix it. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
Party vote? Oh, sorry.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
I just want to check. You realise calling a party vote if you have voted for the motion, you can't.
I understand that. Well, it's recorded.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
Take a point of order if you want to address it.
No, just we only record a party vote if someone is objecting to the motion. I didn't hear a no. Did I? All right. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote to eliminate all doubt.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Darlene Tana.
1 in favour.
Yeah, the party vote, since there was no one actually voted against it, there is no requirement for a party vote, so we'll cancel the party vote.
Smoke-free environments and regulated products amendment bill number 2, first reading.
The question is that the Smoke-free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2 be considered by the Health Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Honourable Casey Costello.
I move that the Smoke-free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2 be reported to the House by 31st of October 2024 and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting, except during oral questions, during any evening on a day on which there has been a sitting of the House, on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House, and outside the Wellington area, despite Standing Orders 193, 195 and 196.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it, that on a day where the government have gone black and blue defending this idea that they have to put the Treaty Principles Bill through a full Select Committee hearing, even though that's not in the coalition agreement, now we are debating as a House to put through a piece of legislation that the previous Speaker was crowing about solving the youth vaping crisis, even though he knows it's nowhere near that. And if they want to solve it, then what's the rush? Why not do a full Select Committee process and take the Honourable Peeni Henare at his word and work with us to do it right? Why rush through this only to have to come back and do something later? And then they complain. They complain, oh, well, they had 6 years. What's the rush then? Why don't we get it right? All they are interested in, as we've seen with all the other pieces of legislation, is doing just enough to be seen to be doing something rather than actually sorting it out. They've spent more time considering the tax cuts for tobacco companies than they have actually looking at the legislation that might address youth vaping. And it is a major issue. They can crow and they can cry and they can pretend to be outraged, but it's true. They are asking this House to agree to an instruction to the committee to report back by the end of next month. Every single community is affected by this, Mr. Speaker. There are vape shops in communities when the idea of a vape shop only a few years ago wasn't even considered. And every country is dealing with this. There are examples of what other countries are doing to curb this issue, and many of them have been successful. If we had a full Select Committee process, Mr. Speaker, we could consider that. The Health Select Committee could look at submissions from overseas to see what worked and what didn't. And I can almost guarantee that there are provisions in this bill that, if properly considered and compared with what's happening overseas, they would, in good conscience, look to improve it, because that's what a select committee is for. Why the hell do we have to put up with 6 months of people that have been emboldened by racially selective positions and politically motivated views that they're going to come up and say divisive and hate-filled things at the Select Committee for the Treaty Principles Bill, but we can't actually hear decent submissions that are evidence-based that are actually going to look to improve this. There are good things, and speeches from the Labor Party and other opposition parties outlined those, and that's why we are supporting it. But we also outlined that we don't believe that there are things in here that don't need improvement. Of course there are. We also outlined that there are things that we are willing to work with the government on to improve. They're not willing to do that. They're not willing to work constructively. What happened to the calls of being bipartisan on important issues? They turn around, they scrap things, and then they say, come work with us. And then they say, oh, we'll work with you if you agree with us. Here's another example. Here's another example. They will sit there in the protracted period of the Select Committee and they will encourage the opposition members of that Select Committee to work with them, and then they will turn around, okay, if you agree with us, then we'll work with you. And you cannot expect the Select Committee, Mr. Speaker, in a protracted period of time to take into consideration the views of those affected communities, those that are affected, that are working with youth, that want to put forward the perspective that perhaps this could go further. I have a personal view. I happen to think that there should be no flavours for vapes available other than those flavours that are allowed for tobacco. Because at the end of the day, vapes are a cessation device. They were brought in to help people get off tobacco, and I am one of those people. I used to smoke, I no longer smoke, but I do vape. I vape a tobacco-flavoured vape product. I've managed to reduce the level of my nicotine in half in the time. I'm slowly weaning myself off nicotine, exactly what these are intended to do. What these were never intended to do, and I think it is fair to say it's an unintended consequence, is for these to be targeted to children with things like bubble gum and lollipop rainbow and all the other types of flavours that are quite clearly not intended to be used as a cessation device. And it's extraordinary. How the hell can anybody argue with that? It's CHLÖE. Yeah, yes, they are. And so the comments earlier that the members' hearts aren't quite in this, I think the government members are demonstrating that. Mr. Speaker, this is a wasted opportunity. An opportunity where the House could actually demonstrate to the public that we are willing to work together for the benefit of New Zealanders, particularly the health and well-being of our young people, and they're not interested.
Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Tangi Utukiri.
Thank you, Mr.
I will say that we are now at 17:59. I will suspend the debate at this stage. So, although I realise now, Mr. Utukiri, you have gone to your feet, so I will have to actually allow you to finish your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we are willing to knock off now, as long as we have your assurance that, given this is a referral motion and people are only allowed to speak to it once, that Mr. Utukiri wouldn't be penalised. If he would, then we'd like to continue.
Yeah, no, that was exactly what I had was in the process of saying, is that, Mr. Utukiri, you can continue your speech because you have actually stood up and begun, so you will only have the opportunity to speak once.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's 10 minutes and I know the House can't go beyond 5 past. So I assume that when we come back it'll be interrupted and I'll continue.
Keep speaking and I'll just take some advice on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I am appalled that this is a shortened report back date that the Minister has moved through to the 31st of October. And the reason for that... Sorry, what's that, Minister?
Yeah.
Well, it is urgent, but the other thing that's really important is that so many people want to be able to participate in this process that we need to hear it. And I'm pleased the Minister asked me that because I want to reflect on the experience as Chair of the Health Committee when this particular issue was last in front of it. Was tangentially sort of linked to it. And so it is important because I referenced the fact that we had Manukura previously, who we'd spoken to as a local school in my electorate at the time, and what was really important there is that they talked about the fact that it was having quite an impact on their school community. And so, you know, it's important that we ensure that these individuals, these school groups, these others are not shortchanged as a result of having a shortened select committee process. Right. And so I think that making this through to the end of October will actually prevent a fulsome opportunity for folk to consider the many various things that they can engage about. So the bill itself does talk about a few things. You know, one example is banning the manufacture, sale, supply and distribution of disposable vapes. So there'll be people who are in the manufacturing sector who will want to have an opportunity to speak on this. There will be people who are in the sale sector who want to have an opportunity. There'll be those in the supply sector that want to have an opportunity, and those in the distribution sector. And so those are just 4 various sectors that may benefit from an opportunity, well, will benefit from an opportunity to actually you know, have a chance to have their say in all of this. I note that we've talked about this bill having early childhood education sector, something that this government usually is not that supportive of in terms of the welfare and well-being of them. But this is one example where it would make a difference. We want to hear from those ECE providers and the opportunity that they would have to participate in a select committee process will be curtailed. So ensuring that we give them adequate time is really important. Some of the issues that we have in terms of bigger considerations are things like the community concerns about access and ensuring that their accessibility to vape shops, to others, are able to... Sorry? Well, we want to hear what's going to work. You know, there's one important thing is ensuring that the process is right, and making sure that actually anyone that wants to have an opportunity can do that. By effectively truncating this through to the 31st of October is going to ensure that the Health Select Committee, which we've resolved to support the bill going to, is actually going to be able to have its dedicated focus. Now, one of the things when this issue was raised previously is that the committee itself went out around the motu. We went to South Auckland, there was opportunities in the South Island. This will not make it an easy choice for those that wish to do that. So there are those considerations that are really, really important as well. When we're looking at the advertising rules and opportunities, reviewing the available flavours, colleagues have touched on what they are currently and what they might look like as well. We want to hear from folk. Is it actually only that ECEs should be the only thing that is a sensitive site? Should we be looking to broaden that? Well, the longer that we have, because let's remember the default position here is a period longer through to that which is through to the 31st of October. So it's important that we do consider that. We don't believe this bill goes far enough. No. And so we want to make sure that the community has a chance to adequately submit in this process. Members opposite, I'm sure, will know that whenever there is a truncated or shortened period for a select committee referral, inevitably you get folks that come in well after the closing date for submissions because they have something that they want to say. There are those opportunities. So this is effectively the government saying, well, we want to make this change, but we don't want to give adequate information or availability to the community to actually say anything about it.
This debate is interrupted. The member will, of course, be able to finish his 5 minutes and 36 seconds when the bill resumes. The debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday the 17th of September 2024.